thank you for your heavenly blessing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Now we'll have the roll.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Flores.
Here.
Mayor Marino. Here. Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Sachs. Here. Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Woodward. Here. Thank you.
Okay, do we have notice?
Yes.
And that would mean we have proof of publication.
Correct.
Okay. May I have the attorney do the swearing in, please?
Do you want a motion?
I'm sorry?
Do you want a motion on
There you
the publication?
go. May I have a motion for proof of publication? Thank you. Did you get that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
All those wishing to testify or speak on today's items, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, on to the approval of the agenda. And I'm guessing there's some deletions and additions and modifications?
Yes, we do have a few modifications on our amendments. Item number 8, for the waiver of workforce housing restricted covenant provisions, we have a modification to the summary attached herein. On the irregular agenda, item number 10, DOA 2024-313 PBA Holdings, there's a modification to Exhibit C2 for DRO monitoring to correct the numbering of the conditions. And under number 11, PDD DOA 2024-309 Central Park Commerce Center MUPD, we have a modification to Exhibit C2, specifically engineering condition number 8. And then there's some additional attachments on the back.
Thank you. Do I have any commissioner that wants to pull anything from the consent agenda? Okay. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
Okay, we've got a first and second. You got all that? All in favor?
If I may, I do, and I apologize for being late and asking this, but on the consent agenda, number 6, All Seasons Delray Beach, I'd like to have that pulled from the consent agenda, please.
Okay. May I have a second?
Second.
So I have a first and a second. I'm pulling item number 6. We have a first and a second. Okay. We will hear that immediately after consent. Do you want us to take disclosures now?
On the consent agenda, yes.
Yes. Okay. Alrighty, yes. We'll do the disclosures minus item 6. Commissioner Flores, would you like to start with your disclosures? No,
No,
on the consent
everything
agenda, not including item 6. Okay. Commissioner Sachs, do you have any on consent minus item number 6?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Item number 3, Star Ranch evacuation. No, not evacuation. Excavation, but different. Verbal communication, phone call with Ken Tuma. Receive and file the phone call messages. Item number 4, Journey Church. Verbal communication, phone call Bradley Miller. Receive and file phone call messages. Item number 7, Forest Oaks Residential. UE abandonment Zoom meeting with Scott Backman. Receive and file emails and the Outlook calendar invites.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. For item number 4, Journey Church, I have verbal communication. Staff spoke with Bradley Miller and email correspondence. For item number 7, Forest Oaks Residential, verbal communication with Scott Backman, Carl Albertson, and staff spoke with Kelly Quinn. And I also have email correspondence. Do I need to disclose item 8?
No disclosures
Or
required.
just, okay. That's all.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter?
Thank you, Mayor. I had, for number 3, no written communication, but I did have verbal communication with Ken Tuma. For number 4, I did have written communication, and I had verbal communication with Bradley Miller. For number 5, we did have written communication. Number 7, yes, had some written communication and had verbal communication with Scott Backman, and all written communications have been filed. The clerk.
Thank you. And for myself, item number 4, I had written communication from Vicki McGinnis, that's been filed with the clerk, and Bradley Miller had verbal contact with my office. Item number 7, verbal communication with Scott Backman and Carl Albertson, and that would be it for the consent. So now we have all their disclosures. I believe we have one card. Is this
Madam Mayor, if I may, when we were doing disclosures, I thought it was only consent agenda.
It
So-
is only consent.
Okay, but I have on regular agenda, I have 2 disclosures. so-
We'll get that when
Okay.
we hear the item. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
may I be recognized?
sure.
Just for clarification purposes, I had a motion and a vote to pull item 6. Was that the motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
We pulled the item, and then we did
Okay.
adopt it as amended.
That was it, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sure.
We have Vicki McGinnis. Please come to the podium.
Please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
I sent everyone some emails. I don't know if you received them, but I do have some photos here as well. And my name is Vicki McGinnis. My property is located right next door to the Journey Church property. Even though they use a military trail address, all traffic has to actually enter down our street and also exit through our residential area. The church and the daycare are at the dead end of the street with no outlet. And this is a very short street. There's only 3 residences there. And according to Jordan Jafar, the project manager for this request, the church is wanting to turn some of the area into parking, which they're already using illegally, and it's a grassy area, which I felt was the preserve area. It's always been called a preserve. And then now they want to make it a permanent parking lot. And the church has 2 or 3 services every Sunday, and that means at least 1,000 vehicles coming down my little short street for one service. And after you add them up, that's 2,000 or 3,000 vehicles coming down the street, and then they have to exit. So that's 5,000 or 6,000, or 4,000 to 5,000 cars coming straight down my street. And Monday night was a sold-out event, another 1,000 cars. I'm just opposed to all of this traffic being directed down our little short street and into the grassy areas and into the neighborhood and into the preserve area. The preserve should remain green like it is. It's right across the street from my house. The parking is actually about as far from here to you as to where they park these hundreds or sometimes 1,000 cars in that area. And I think the church needs to find a different place to park, maybe transport their people in from a different lot. They already have 2 other lots on the property that they've added, which is grass, and they also have other parking areas. But it's just not an area for parking. It's just too much traffic coming into the area. And not only that, it's just the daycare traffic, all the delivery trucks. It's become quite dangerous. I was taking a walk, which I've done for 8 years or more. I was missed by about 3 inches with one of the cars. I was trying to pull out of my driveway, and a car swerved over and almost hit me. Thousands and thousands of cars down this little street is too many. And if they want to bring a larger parking area, it's just not right. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I have these photos here that are taken from my driveway to just see
You
what
can
all of
file
this-
those with the clerk. Thank you.
Who do I give those to?
Thank you. Okay, so we have also, Commissioner Flores does have disclosures for item 4.
My apologies, a mistake
worries.
here. I do have a disclosure for Journey's Church. I received written communications from Vicki McGinnis, and no verbal or site visits. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda as amended. We've had all our disclosures. We've had all of our cards. Anybody in favor?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda, or to approve all the items on the consent agenda.
Perfect, because I think we're covered. I'm not sure, but we're going to make sure we're covered. And Joelle's going to second, so all in favor of the consent agenda as amended? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See that it carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Now we will hear item 6 before we take anything on the regular agenda. Hold on one second.
Sure.
We all have disclosures. Do we need to do, when would you like us to do the disclosures?
You can do them right now.
Okay, so let's do the disclosures on item 6. Okay, Commissioner Flores has none.
None.
Commissioner Sacks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have verbal communication and a phone call with Jeff Brophy, and receive and file phone call messages.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward?
Thank you. For item 6, I have verbal communication with Jennifer Morton, Laura McClellan, Steve Bednar, and Jeff Brophy.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had, yes, written communications and verbal communications with Jennifer Morton, Jeff Brophy, and I'm going to say Steve Bednar.
Might as well. We're all going to cover our bases. I will say that I had verbal communications with Jennifer Morton, Lauren McClellan, Steve Bednar, and Jeff Brophy. I think we've all covered our bases on that one. And Commissioner Sacks, you pulled this. Would it be okay if Mr. Brophy does a little presentation for us?
Mr. Brophy can do anything he wants.
Don't
It's
say
his
that.
application, and didn't mean it that way, I know what you're thinking. But we have had, Mr. Brophy and I have had communications about this issue, and I will let him go ahead and do the request.
Sure. For the record, Jeff Brophy with WGI. With conversations with District Commissioner Sacks, we've agreed to a 30-day postponement until the next hearing in order to discuss with her office the details of, further details of the amendment.
That's exactly correct, Madam Mayor, if that's consistent with the rules for zoning.
I don't know. I'll ask the attorney to give us a,
Sure, somebody can make a motion to postpone to the following
February 27th.
February 27th.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine with me. And if I could at this time, Mayor, make that motion to postpone this particular request until the next scheduled zoning hearing, which is on February
27th.
27th.
thank you. May I have a second, please?
I'll make the second.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. All in favor of the postponement, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, see that it carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brophy. Thank you to the staff, and thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. And we are now on to the regular agenda. So we will go to item 9.
Yes, so item number 9, 10, and 11 ultimately kind of go together. We'll start off with item number 9, LGA 2024-6, Central Park Commerce MUPD, which happens to be a future land use and text changes, so we can turn it over to the applicant to do a presentation.
Okay, before we do that, are we taking 9, 10, and 11 all together? And if so, do you want us to do our disclosures now?
Sure, disclosures would only be for
10 and 11.
10 and
10 and
11,
11.
yes.
Okay.
You can
All
do
right.
those now.
We will do those now. Commissioner Flores. Items
Yeah.
10 and 11.
Yes, have an email from Ernie Cox. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks.
Sacks. No disclosures for 9 through, actually 9 through 12, but it's all inclusive, none.
9 through 11. Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. For item number 10, I had verbal communication with Ken Tuma, Joni Brinkman, and Ernie Cox. And for 11, the same with the addition of staff spoke with Kathleen Simpson, and I have emails filed with the clerk.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter?
Thank you, Mayor. For 10 and 11, I've had verbal communications with Ernie Cox and Ken Tuma, and written communications from, I believe it was Ernie Cox.
Thank you. And for 10 and 11, I have verbal communication with Ken Tuma, Joni Brinkman, and Ernie Cox. And also, I think we all received an email from Ken, which I think staff might have included. So there you have it. And with that, staff going first, or is the petitioner going first? Applicant. Joni, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, Joni Brinkman with Urban Design Studio. As mentioned, these are all intertwined, and I'm actually the agent on 9 and 11, the DOA for Central Park Commerce Center. And so I'll do the presentation, and then Joe Verdone, who is agent for Palm Beach Aggregates for the mining request, will do a very short presentation explaining exactly his application. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I know you all are familiar with this, as you've already transmitted the land use and text amendments for the comprehensive plan back in May, but just to refresh everybody's memory, the Palm Beach Aggregates Mine and Central Park Commerce Center, MUPD, is located at 20 Mile Bend on Southern Boulevard. Previously, the current MUPD and EDC land use designation applies to 138 acres. What we're proposing to do is bring in the 64.46 acres into that development. That shows you the current and the subject of this request for the land use and the text amendment and rezoning. Again, we're changing only the RR10 designation to Economic Development Center on the land area being added. We are revising conditions of approval in the original land use plan amendment ordinance to delete a condition that has been completed. And all the remaining conditions will continue to apply to the 64.46 acres. Rezoning, again, to the MUPD, consistent with the balance of the already approved development. And this was transmitted by the board back in May on my birthday. Okay, we are amending various items within the plan, including policies and maps to allow for this area to also be included in the limited service area boundary, as is the existing MUPD, and to allow for the increase in acreage to incorporate that acreage. Again, the conditions of approval in the ordinance are remaining basically the same, with the exception of number 2 being deleted, as staff has already made the determination that that condition has been complied with. Land development permits have been issued on this project, and construction on the infrastructure is underway. Again, the rezoning applies only to the 64 acres being added. This gives you an idea of what currently is taking place on those 64 acres. There are concrete batch plants and an asphalt plant that is operating that currently supports the mining operations. Those will continue until such time as redevelopment is proposed or the mining operation ceases. They will be deemed legally non-conforming, and we've worked with staff to memorialize those site plans as part of this process. This is within the Glades Area Protection Overlay, as is Arden to the east, and within a limited service area boundary. Again, one of the items we're requesting in the comp plan changes is to add the Lucia to that. Just in regards to surrounding uses, you have Arden to the east, the FP&L plant to the west, and south on Southern Boulevard are South Florida Water Management District uses, as well as Palm Beach County-owned land that currently supports the training facility for PBSO. Just, this is a view of the existing FP&L plant to the west of the subject property. a view from Southern Boulevard. This is our current master plan that we're proposing. I'm just running through this because I know most of you have already seen this. This represents the existing approved site plan. We have data center users already approved on this project, as well as warehouse uses. And the balance of the site within the current MUPD is currently being used by FP&L for staging purposes for their construction project. Again, this is in your staff report, the proposed master plan, adding the 64 acres. And this is a copy of the already approved site plan, adding the 64 acres. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them, but I believe Mr. Verdone needs to do a short presentation as agent for the other application. Where's Joe?
Come on up, because I have no lights on.
Good morning. My name is Joe Verdone. I'm a land use planner with the law firm of Carlton Fields. I'm here representing PPA Holdings to do the DOA to remove the 64.46 acres. The subject 64 acres be removed so it can be rezoned and included in the Central Park of Commerce. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, but there are no changes to the conditions of approval. They'll be carried forward. The removal does not impact any of the existing uses, and the proposed DOA complies with all regulations of the code. I'm here to answer any questions you might have regarding the removal of the 64.46 acres.
Thank you. Again, I see no lights on. Is there anything staff would like to add?
Unless you would like a presentation, it was postponed in November. Staff has worked with the applicant since that time, and staff has also met with our water management team as well as water utilities on questions that were arisen as it relates to water. There was a civic parcel condition originally part of the November application that has been removed.
Perfect. All righty.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if there are no cards, I'd like to make the motion.
There are no cards.
And is it okay if we do them all together, or would you like them done separately?
I would do them separately.
I would like to make the motion to approve number 9 on the regular agenda.
I have a second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor? All opposed? See that it carries 5-0.
Madam Mayor, moving on. If there are no cards, I would like to make the motion to approve item number 10, PBA Holdings.
Second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See that the motion carries 5-0.
And lastly, I would like to make the motion to approve item number 11, Central Park Commerce Center, MUPD.
And all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you, staff, for working on this. I know it was a heavy lift, and we do appreciate the work. All righty. We're going to have a change in pretty faces in front of us at the moment, and bring up our members of our Tourist Development Council. Handsome. We're going from pretty to handsome now.
Good luck.
Morning, all. Now, we all know who you are, but for those that are watching at home, please identify yourselves.
Certainly, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Isami Ajala, Assistant County Administrator and Facilities Development and Operations Director. With me today is Emmanuel Perry, Executive Director of the County's Tourist Development Council. Dave Anderson is actually on his way. I think he has been delayed, but should be joining us soon, who is the General Manager for the county's Convention Center. Milton Segarra, who is the President and CEO of Discover the Palm Beaches. George Lindley, Executive Director of Palm Beach County Sports Commission. From the county's Film and Television Commission, the Film Commissioner Michelle Hillary, and Dave Lawrence from Palm Beach County Cultural Council, President and CEO. And we also have Kathy Griffin from OEG. She represents the vendor that operates food and beverage services at the convention center. As this board recalls, during the November 2024 workshop meeting, staff was providing an overview of tourist development taxes and marketing plans for the tourism agencies. And the board took special interest on the operations of the convention center, inclusive of those parking operations, and requested that an item be scheduled at a later time to provide the board an overview of how the convention center operates. We were also asked to provide answers to two key questions. First, what will be the process to amend the bed tax ordinance should this board be interested in reallocating bed tax funds? And second, what will be the financial implications of leasing spaces at the convention center's parking garage? Today's item seeks to fulfill board direction by providing said overview and providing an answer to those two questions. We will provide you an overview of the history, operational framework, successes, and path forward as it relates to the convention center. And again, as I stated before, the answer to those two questions that were asked. With that as a background, please allow me to transition to Emmanuel, who will lead the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Deputy County Administrator, Commissioners. Again, Emmanuel Perry, Executive Director of the Tourist Development Council. And I just wanted to give a quick overview as to who we are, what we do, again, just for those who don't know or are familiar with our statute and our ordinance. So the Board of County Commissioners created the Tourist Development Council in 1981 to be the overseers and stewards of the tourist development taxes, also known as bed taxes. Bed taxes are collected on all overnight stays up to 6 months in duration. That includes hotels, Airbnbs, BRBOs, things of that nature. We collect those dollars and we repurpose them for destination promotion as well as infrastructure. We have a state statute that governs us, which is State Statute 125.0104, and it sets the tone as to how we market all 39 cities and municipalities. So I wanted to touch on our mission statement. Our mission statement is to lead the promotion of tourism through collaborative partnerships and advocating for destination-defining developments and ensuring a steady growth of visitors. Our vision statement is to ensure that Palm Beach County will become a globally recognized destination that all visitors want to come and experience because of our culture, our lifestyle, and our amenities. So with that, I wanted to introduce our organizations and our agency heads. Cultural Council, which is our oldest organization and our first to champion for the tourist development tax. We have Discover the Palm Beaches, who is our official destination and marketing organization, or DMO, as well as our Sports Commission, who serves as our champion for all things sports. We have our Film Commission, who serves as a conduit for all film and production companies shooting in the Palm Beaches. We also partner with the Environment Resource Management to help protect our public beaches. Palm Beach County has 4 tourism-related infrastructures that contribute to an economic impact of $10.3 billion. Those being Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches, Roger Dean, the Convention Center, as well as the Convention Center Garage. I wanted to touch on our county ordinance. We distribute the dollars that we collect from all overnight stays accordingly. The first and fourth receives 33% of the allocation, which are used for renewal and replacement, which supports our 4 infrastructures, as well as paying our debt service. After the first and fourth receives this portion of funding, we distribute 18% to our beach renourishment to help protect our public beaches. The remaining funding is allocated accordingly regarding the second, third, and fifth sinks as well. FY24 was a record-breaking year. In FY24, we brought in $86.7 million. And this slide illustrates just how impactful and the county ordinance uses for those distribution. We set aside $28.8 million for our debt services as well as our renewal and replacement. $500,000 went to our special projects, and the remaining $57.4 million was allocated amongst our beach renourishment as well as supporting our marketing agencies. Now on to the Convention Center. This board had a futuristic vision of taking Palm Beach County to the next level, as directly improving the economic impact of the city of West Palm through the means of trade shows and conventions. In 2004, Palm Beach County opened its doors to a two-story convention center, which features 350,000 square feet under air, 100,000 square feet of exhibit space, as well as 22,000 square feet of ballroom. Our latest addition is an outdoor sky room, which we use as relates to 13,800 square feet to offer our visitors natural beauty as to who we are and what we do. The convention center garage is on the campus, was paid solely through bed tax dollars. These taxes are again created for overnight stays up to 6 months in duration. We also wanted to give the board just how beautiful our convention center is with a little sneak peek as we walk through the doors. So we gave this board just a glimpse as to how beautiful our convention center is. We had the state of West Palm Beach Mayor Keith James. He did his presentation this morning, and they were able to host that event there today. After much success, this board felt it was necessary to add a parking garage as well as seek a headquartered hotel at the campus of the convention center. The county then issued an RFP to build and construct a hotel and partnered with related companies, which was selected as the partner to construct that hotel. In addition to adding a hotel to the footprint of this board added a 9-story parking garage featuring almost 950,000 square feet and 2,600 parking spaces, allowing the sales team to go after larger and more robust events to host at the convention center. This board had the vision to construct a garage that not only served the short term, but also the future development of the campus as a second headquarter hotel and the expansion of the convention center. With the additional space, the second headquarter hotel will take this destination to extremes or markets that we wouldn't be ready to compete with right now. This slide illustrates just how impactful our convention center has been. FY24 brought in record year numbers. In FY24, a collaborative effort of our sales teams with Discover the Palm Beaches as well as the sales team at the convention center hosted almost 130 unique events, had an operating income of $8.6 million, and almost 170,000 attendees walked through those doors. Allow me to show you just how we can transform our center around a health-focused event named Eudaimonia. Eudaimonia was created in collaboration with Discover as well as the convention center, in addition to the Hilton, to target a key need period during our season.
I love the fact that you have so many things to choose from, and you can kind of go to what pulls you.
Woke up and did a morning run on the beach. That was pretty impressive. Creating an atmosphere of wellness and mindfulness. I love it.
We all need to get sufficient sleep. This is clear. Probably 6 to 8 hours would be ideal. It's very clear that you can offset mild sleep deprivation with exercise.
Because I've experienced it, where I had to go cholesterol at 200, and then when I go get a statin, I learned how to lose.
So the convention center has two operators at it, OVG Management as well as OVG Food and Beverage. These two contracts are pledging to contribute over the term of the contracts $1.25 million in capital improvement. And Mayor, with your permission, I will ask Dave Anderson to come up and be able to give a brief history as to how the company has evolved over the years. He's served as our general manager since the day we opened at the convention center.
That's great. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I don't know if I need to say anything after that great summary. Apologies for being a couple minutes late. We just dumped 700 cars on Okeechobee after the mayor's address. It was a little kooky out there. Pleasure to be here. Also a pleasure to have managed the convention center for the last 21 years. I got an offer I couldn't refuse in February of 2003 when it was 17 degrees in Milwaukee. And they asked me if I wanted to come down and finish construction of this building and open it up. And I said yes. So my wife and our two daughters, 2 and 4, decided to come down. And little did I know 21 years later that I would still be here. And what we've created here is truly amazing, not only at the convention center, but what I call the campus. Just to give you a little perspective and just step back a little bit. So when I started, the original plan was to open the convention center and to have a hotel opened at the same time. And unfortunately, with 9/11 and the economy in disarray, the developer at that time decided not to build the hotel. So when we opened the convention center in January of 2004, beautiful, beautiful building, which is still looks brand new today. But we opened without a hotel that was connected. And one of the keys in our industry is having a lot of hotel rooms nearby, but a connected hotel is critical. So when we started out, our building was really a 70-30. And what I mean by 70-30 is 70% of our business was short-term, so local and regional, and 30% of our business was longer term, which is really what our target is. So that's room night business. It could be state associations, regional business, but then national business, which not only brings revenue to us, it brings hotel room nights, and also it brings revenue to the community and the local businesses. So fast forward to, I think, right around 2014, we did the RFP again. Related won the RFP and decided to build a Hilton hotel. We announced the hotel, I think, somewhere around 14. And what we did at the convention center is we immediately changed our booking policies, where we had been working with our local events and giving them multi-year contracts. We actually took that away. And if you do not have room nights, you only can book inside 12 months. So basically, if you have room nights, that's really when you can book beyond 12 months. So we started that immediately, and to the credit of our local events, and the mayor's address to be one of them, because I don't know how many years we've done that, but most of our local businesses actually stayed with us and actually maneuvered around all these conventions right now, and this is why we're having so much success. So the hotel opened in January of 2016. And I think that year our deficit was somewhere around $356,000, which is actually good for having no hotel. If you saw the New York Times article in the fall of '24, they talked about the fact that communities are still investing in convention centers, even though they're known as loss leaders, because typically convention centers lose money, but what they're doing is they're driving room nights and economic impact. So 1 year later in 2017, we were operating at a surplus. So 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, we were on the cusp of having the greatest year ever, and then March hit. And to give you perspective, we didn't do an event from April to September. So we didn't do an event for 6 months that year, and we still only lost $400,000. So we had made so much money up the first 6 months. So we saw the perspective, and usually the third and fourth year are the stabilization years. So 2021 were challenging, as we all know, but 22, 23, 24 have been, again, 3 best years we've had in 21 years. So last year, which we just finished in September, our surplus was $3.2 million. So we're actually one of the most profitable convention centers in the country, and of our size, we probably rank in the top 1 or 2. So now, fast forwarding, as it relates to what I said before from the 70-30, so now we're 70-30, but we're 70 long-term and 30% short-term. So the 70% business that we're long-term is all high-impact business. So it's big money at the convention center, it is room nights to the hotels, but then also places like Clematis, it's called City Place right now, right? City Place and other things, they are flourishing because we're bringing in, our average convention could be, or conference could be 750 to 1,250 delegates. And when they break during the day or at night, they literally all just steamroll across the street. And then when we do events like Tony Robbins, you know, he's anywhere from 4,000 to 7,000. And again, when he does his breaks, they basically go across the street and they're just looking to spend money on food and beverage and anything else. So we're literally, we're one of the best convention centers. We were awarded one of the top 10 convention centers in the country last year. But it's more than just that. It's our package and the fact that we have the Hilton connected. We have an incredible relationship with our Discover the Palm Beaches, our CVB, and all of our other agencies. We have City Place right across the street. The airport is 3 miles away. The Intercoastal is a quarter mile away, and the ocean's a mile away. Like, there is no other competition like it. And what's great is, you know, I had a couple opportunities over the years to go and manage larger buildings. And I didn't want to because this is just, it's heaven, you know? I know we have challenges. I know it's 108 during the summer, but from a package sell standpoint, planners want to come here because they take over our whole building, and then they kind of feel like they own the town. So it's a special situation. And then just talking really briefly about the garage, is we made the decision to overbuild the garage. We knew we were going to do that because we knew we were going to expand the building. And for those of you that have done construction, we built the garage in 15, 16. So the cost to build it today, or spots today, is probably almost double. So we built the spots, and if you see where it was, I don't know if you don't have an aerial that's shot, but we put the garage in the back left-hand corner. So what that enables us to do is we can actually expand the convention center south where the flat lot is, and we'll never have to shut down. So a number of buildings in the country right now are having problems because they're trying to expand, but they also are facing the dilemma of shutting down because they can't operate and at the same time. Well, because we have the convention center here, the hotel here, or a hotel right to the east, and then the parking garage right there to the east, we can build this thing and just never lose business. And we don't want to, because while these clients love coming to us, there's always another city. And I've seen situations in other cities where they've said, oh, convention conference, you have to go to another city for a year while we build this, or 2 years, and they never come back. So, I hats off to Virginia and Ismay and Audrey Wolf, who was here before, who I worked with. We made that aggressive decision. So now we have a situation where we're looking at our second hotel, and we have the ability to put some of their spots in our garage, but we still have enough spots to operate. And the last point I want to make is this about the garage is, when we operated before the hotel and before the garage, we had 1,100 parking spaces. And as our business started to get better and better, we had to face the decision, and we actually had a grid, which was so funny. We had to be careful how much we booked in the convention center, because if we didn't have parking, then we couldn't book the events. So we actually had a grid, so if we booked like a Tony Robbins that took 3/4 of the building, we couldn't book anything else because he would take all of the parking. With the garage being built the way it is, our sales staff doesn't look back. Since that garage opened, we book everything. Like, we just let out 675 cars for the mayor's event, we have BDB in there right now, we have some other events moving in, we don't even think twice about it. And we also have been able to help our partner Hilton next door when they're fully booked with events and their parking lot is full, we do help them with supplemental, but we just want to be careful with giving away too many spots, because we plan on continuing to do this forever. So even though, let's say we expand, we still need that local business to be where we're at. And that represents probably 30% of our income on an annual basis. But it's a great story. My team and I couldn't be prouder to manage the convention center, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Great recap. And I see no lights on. Okay, keep going.
So
Thank
just
you,
wanted to
Dave.
highlight a couple of KPIs that are at the convention center. One being quantitative and that being qualitative. Our quantitative metric, which is most important as far as room night generation, feeding back into that tourism ecosystem. Another one on the qualitative side would be the SBE program. The SBE program that was implemented at the convention center has been so successful that OVG as a company has adopted that practice nationwide and incorporated it into the other buildings. Dave mentioned as it relates to the success of the convention center, we were on a train, we were on a track to continue to almost have 6 consecutive years of profitability. COVID happened in 2020, it impacted 2020 as well as 2021, but since then we have rebounded and we're firing on all cylinders. The Palm Beach County Convention Center was home to Travel, Entertainment, and Management, aka Sports, the largest organization of sports conventions and meetings. This group spent several days at our county, and this video gives a sneak peek as to what they did.
Yeah, we were.
So with that, Mayor, at the Convention Center, we collaborate with multiple county departments, FDO primarily being one of them. And with that, I would like to transition over to Isami to provide you with the path forward as how we see the Convention Center district growing.
Thank you, Emmanuel. And before I proceed, I failed to recognize County Attorney Liz Herman is sitting at the end of the table. We have a full table today, so my apologies for that. Commissioners, back in 2020, this board retained the services of CSL. That's the same consulting firm that is currently working on the tourism master plan. And they commissioned a study for the expansion and the path forward for the convention center. We call that the Convention Center Expansion Study, which was issued in 2020. That report, in a nutshell, it has a lot of good information, but in a nutshell, it had basically 3 key recommendations. Number one, it said, if you want to continue to move forward with the path of the convention center, you need to consider the minor short-term improvements. And I'd like to call those a little bit of a facelift. We're talking about the carpet, we're talking about the restrooms. All that work is currently underway. It's being done by FDO. It's being funded through bed taxes, and this board has been approving the contracts that we have brought forward. In fact, we are right now bidding out the restroom renovation. Restrooms are in good shape, but they do need an upgrade to change the feel and look of the facility. Second, the report recommended if you want to start capturing the events that you cannot capture right now because you do not have sufficient committable rooms, you need to pursue a second convention center hotel. And they identified as an optimal amount of rooms, 600. You may recall that last year we issued an RFP for the selection of a developer to bring to reality that second convention center hotel. And in fact, on February 11th, I'm going to be sitting in front of this board with a recommended term sheet. I'm acting right now as the sole negotiator on that contract. We have reached a term sheet that staff believes this board can consider. There will be some policy decisions to be made, and I am actually in the process of briefing you all individually on the scope of that term sheet. And then third item that the report recommended was after you do 1 and 2, then you can start thinking about the convention center expansion. And that expansion is actually a matter that has been in the plans for way more than 2 decades. In fact, the entitlements for the same are already in place. Allow me to explain. The convention center is part of something that is called the Development of Regional Impact Development Order, which is codified as a city ordinance. It has an approved level 3 site plan, which remains in effect, and entitles the county to 750,000 square feet of convention center buildable use, of which 620,000 square feet is committed and vested by the approval of the level 2 site plan review that was, or that took place in March of 1999. The recommended expansion envisions pursuing that development of the convention center up to the 620,000 square feet, which, as I stated before, is already approved in the site plan. Knowing that it takes time to plan for such an expansion, staff is actively procuring design services to master plan and design that next step. The advertisement for the RFP actually was published last week. I do hope that everything will go well, and in about 4 months or so, I will be in front of this board, staff will be in front of this board with a contract for your consideration. So in summary, all 3 key recommendations detailed in that convention center study that I mentioned before are either underway or actively being pursued. Why is this important? Because as Dave mentioned before, the parking garage that was designed over 10 years ago was designed taking into account the expansion and the future uses. So therefore, in order to be able to support the construction of that second hotel that will be in front of you for consideration on February 11th, and the expansion of the convention center, the county will need to rely on the parking infrastructure it has built. Which then leads us to answering one of the questions this board asked back in November. You asked us, can the parking spaces at the garage be leased for private, non-tourism related uses? And to answer that question, we must first review the existing financial constraints. And before we go there, I need to recognize that our colleagues from the Office of Financial Management and Budget are in the audience and ready to address any questions that may exceed my ability to provide you a high-level overview. But with that said, the convention center and the parking garage were funded through bonds, and the debt service of which is paid via bed tax. The convention center bond has about $28 million outstanding and is expected to be completed by fully paid by 2031. And the garage has about $40 million outstanding and is expected to be paid by 2036. Under Florida's statutes, there is a foundation as to how the bed tax funds are to be utilized. The bonds that were used for the convention center along with the garage are tax exempt. As a result, there are IRS regulations that dictate limitations for private use and payments made in connection with the use of the facility. The private activity test is a twofold test that entails private payments and private use. It is not a straightforward calculation. And to determine if the private activity threshold is being exceeded, my colleagues, as I mentioned before from OFMB, along with bond counsel, need to complete what I'm going to call a complex analysis, which requires specific numbers as to the proposed lease. That is, the number of parking spaces to be leased, the amount of revenue to be made, and the term of the same. Today, we do not have specific numbers to share with you. We will have them on February 11th when we come with a specific term sheet for development of that second convention hotel, and that will come with a full analysis. So very simply stated, when considering parking leases, the analysis calls for determining if the private activity threshold is exceeded. If it is not exceeded, then no further action is required. If it is exceeded, then remedial action is needed, and remedial action can take the form of a defeasance or refunding. In other words, a partial or full payment of the bonds. And as I stated before, this is truly a very specialized topic, hence why Sherry Brown and Mark from the Office of Financial Management and Budget are here, and they're way better positioned to answer questions on this topic than I am. So that then leads us to our last slide on this presentation, last topic. During the workshop back in November 2024, this board asked, what will be the process to revise the bed tax ordinance? And the process is very similar to the one that needs to be followed for any other ordinance. This board will need to give us direction to proceed with the revisions and direct us as to the priorities it will like us to pursue, noting that all revisions will need to comply with the statutory limits and uses set for at the state level. Although not required to amend the ordinance, staff recommends that this board allows the Tourist Development Council board to weigh in, as said board was created precisely to provide advice to the Board of County Commissioners. Following recommendations by the TDC board, we will then return to this board with a draft ordinance for consideration, which, if found acceptable, will then be finalized, and we will proceed with the typical first reading and then second meeting for approval. On the topic of revising the bed tax ordinance, we would like to share with this board that last year, the board, the county, retained consulting services for the development of a tourism master plan. Said effort is currently underway, and the final master plan will require approval by this board before it can be implemented. So we do envision coming back later this year with the results of that master plan for your review, approval, comments, and direction. Therefore, we very respectfully recommend that it might better serve the board to leverage the information that may come through that master plan once it is ready. It will be knowledge that will set the path for the county moving forward as it relates to tourism. And with that said, board, mayor, and commissioners, this constitutes the end of staff's presentation, and we will gladly take any questions as you deem appropriate.
Well, thank you for the recommendation of waiting. I mean, we have engaged a group to do a master plan based on the information they've been given today. And I think any move that we make up here as a board is premature without the results of the master plan. But I see no lights on. Does anyone have any comments? Okay. And then that was just a presentation for information. We were very happy to have it. Thank you all for coming and taking time out of your day. We look forward to seeing you at the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches, where I think we see a contract on our agenda on next week. And have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion to receive and file item 12? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a first and a second from the vice mayor. All in favor? All opposed? See that the item carries 5-0. All right, I know that zoning has one more topic. So before we do the county attorney and the planning director, why don't we let the zoning director fill us in on solar panels?
Yes, good morning. We have Alex by Ray here, if you would like to hear some information about solar panels.
I think the Vice Mayor brought this up previously, so I'm sure she might have questions. Do you have questions?
I, of course, have.
Okay.
Alex, are you coming to the podium? Thank you.
Yes, good morning. For the record, Alex Byray of the Zoning Division. So zoning regulations for solar panels in unincorporated Palm Beach County include when they function as a principal use, accessory use and structure, or elements of green architecture. For the focus of this presentation on when solar panels are a principal use, also known as a solar field, they're classified as renewable energy solar facility, utility use type per Article 4 of the Palm Beach County Unified Land Development Code. This use is only prohibited in the Preservation Conservation Zoning District, redevelopment area zoning districts, residential pods of planned unit developments, agricultural reserve planned unit development, preservation areas, traditional development districts, and any zoning district where the supplementary use standards cannot be met. Otherwise, this use is subject to development review officer administrative approval process in most zoning districts, except for mobile home plan development and recreational vehicle park development zoning districts, and where it is a Class B conditional use approval from the Zoning Commission through the public hearing process for those districts. However, depending on a site's future land use designation in certain situations, the use may be subject to Class A conditional use approval from this board if acreage thresholds are tripped. So, the aforementioned, if you could go to the next slide, please. The aforementioned regulations have their origin from direction of a previous board back at the January 29th, 2009 zoning hearing, when it was requested that staff fast-track amendments to allow for renewable energy. A Land Development Regulation Advisory Board subcommittee was convened, and by the summer of that year, members of that board, the industry, and other stakeholders who made up the subcommittee determined that renewable energy types, particularly solar and wind energy, must be addressed separately based upon the latter's adverse impact. Ultimately, it was determined that solar had minimal impacts compared to wind energy, therefore would be subject to more lenient regulations. The solar ordinance was adopted towards the end of October of that year and established the solar renewable energy facility use. In 2019, a privately initiated amendment to the code was approved by the board to revise landscaping requirements of principal renewable energy solar facility uses in the rural, exurban, and glades tiers. For lots greater than 250 acres, this amendment allows for alternative landscape buffer requirements when solar panels are set back further and the property is adjacent to agricultural or utility uses or property with a conservation future land use designation. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
And we do have questions from Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions, as you can imagine. What happens currently if whomever owns and operates the solar fields decides that they don't want to do that anymore?
So they could cease the use and remove the panels.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a formal process for requiring their removal, but that is something that we can establish, because I don't think we would want them just being abandoned on those sites.
Agreed. And so one of the things, this actually came up in NACO. Other states and other counties and other states are having this problem where they are abandoning them and then nothing is getting removed or done. And one of the best solutions that I heard to this problem was actually us requiring a bond. So if they don't remove it, it doesn't fall on the taxpayers. If for some reason they're still there, for those solar panels to eventually get removed and returned to usable land. The number one target for these solar panels seems to be ag land. So we want to make sure that if it is no longer in solar panel use world, let's say, we want it to return to usable ag land. So if we could, with the support of my board, look at requiring them to carry a bond so that, that's the only way we really can ensure that this doesn't fall on taxpayers, that it gets returned back to usable land at its end of its useful life.
Board, I think that would be perfectly okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay, any more questions?
It would take some time for us to sit with the county attorney and to look at, we do bonds for some other uses, so we would sit down, dissect which are those uses that we do bonds, see how those approvals work, and then see how we can nest that into this. It wouldn't be next month, we wouldn't be back, but we will definitely start looking at it. And also, we don't have any applications in process, but we will also, consider that as a condition of approval for any new ones coming forward.
That would be amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you for your support, board.
Oh, you're welcome. And really, it is, as a board, we're here to ask questions, set policy, and when there is something that is missing, we know you can't do it in a moment, but we do appreciate that you can take the time and bring it back to us. And again, solar fields are very much in rural areas, and if they are abandoned, what does happen? So it's a great question to bring up. Thank you. And I see Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor for bringing this up, and I appreciate that it's not just the removal, but the return to usable land part of it. So I very much support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. This idea has been around Florida for years. Charlie Crist called us, Sunshine State for that reason. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the largest producer of solar energy in the country is FPL, but not in the territory of Florida. I'd like to look at that. Gen X is their company, operates thousands of solar fields in the country outside of the state of Florida. So I wonder if we could examine that. They have a tremendously good record of solar panels. They've been doing it for years. And I trust their way of doing it because of their experience in it. So I wonder if we could, in your presentation, if you could even have somebody from Next Gen from FP&L come and discuss it with us, the pros and cons. This is a politically delicate issue that has been brought up before the state of Florida years ago, and I'd like to see it come up in our county, especially our county. So if we could have that as part of your presentation, part of your research. And I think it's great, it's time that it came. And I, along with the restrictions that have been mentioned by my colleagues, I think those are important. But there's no greater producer of solar energy in the country than our own FP&L. So we need to have them here to discuss it with us as well, if you could. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And ironically, FP&L and NextEra will be here next week, getting a 100-year proclamation. Thank you, Commissioner Woodward, for moving that forward. And Pam Roush will be here. And I'm sure that you can pull her aside and start the conversation, and staff can continue the conversation. And with that, Commissioner Woodward. Nope. Patrick, your light is on.
Thank you. Just wanted to add, there's another solar field, as the Vice Mayor I'm sure knows, that's in the town of Westlake. We'll communicate our efforts that we're doing based on this direction with the town as well, just to let them know what we're doing to keep them informed, because it's another large field that's within your district and presents similarly.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
And, just to be perfectly clear, we're not trying to prevent them. We're just making sure at the end of their useful life that it just doesn't sit there and be nothing and rot. Right. So just to clarify that.
Hello there.
Hello, Brian Davis with Planning. I actually had worked very closely with zoning back in 2018, 2019 when the FPL privately initiated application came through for this solar power field. We actually went up and looked at one of the facilities in St. Lucie County because there was not yet one had been constructed in Palm Beach County. my recollection was the way that they install these, they literally are driving the solar panel stanchions into the ground. There is no foundation. The impression that we walked away from is there's only one structure, which is the sort of the collecting building, which all the wires run into. So that's the one structure. That's the one building that has a foundation, that has the infrastructure that connects to the grid. Everything else is effectively you can come back in a relatively small amount of time and lift most of it out. It's not a heavy demolition thing. It was deliberately a very light impact. And so what we walked away with as staff in seeing this was the impression that this is almost like a form of land banking. They're using the land now, and it's run that could be readily converted back to a different use other than that one structure. So they were very aware of it when they took this down. And then also to Mr. Rudder's point, actually the solar power field was not allowed in the county's version of what became Westlake. That was an open space ag use that they then converted to that purpose later. So they were the one that led, and then the county then followed out there at that GL parcel just adjacent to it, where they took 2 sections down for an FPL field. So we were aware of it. It was just one of those things that we sort of picked up along the way. It was their practice, not something we implemented, but it was, they were already thinking ahead to the next, potential use. So they factored some of that in, so.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Did they happen to give a cost? You said it's just stuck into the ground and readily reusable. Do they give you a cost of how much it would be to remove all the solar panels?
I don't recall that being discussed. What I do recall was the way that they put the fields together, because in the past 6, 7, 8 years, those have exploded all over Florida. What they do is they just order literally batches of panels whenever they need. Whether they have a full field that will take them or not, they just buy them as the technology improves and literally just rack them. So they have, I think, a fairly robust engineering setup for it. So it sounds like they just go literally pile drive them in. They can come back and literally extract them back out and pull the wires out.
Would it be a fair assumption that that wouldn't be a free?
No, but I think there's the value if they go to pull it out. If they're treating it almost like it's a land bank, it could be then returned to whatever future use down the road, whether it's development, ag, or whatnot. I think there would be a value to putting it back out and then putting it into some other use. So I think there's an incentive, a market incentive to do it, not necessarily a government incentive to do it. So.
And do we know what kind of chemicals are within those panels that could potentially contaminate the ground if not removed properly?
As a planner, my goal is to understand the big picture, not the details. I know there are some chemicals in them. I just couldn't even begin to speculate what they are.
There's just several issues, and I think that's why this was my favorite solution, was just having that bond just in case. Because if the good actors, to your point, come in, they install it properly and remove it properly, we would never have to use that bond. But this is just a safeguard, I believe, for our residents, the taxpayers, and, to make sure that it is returned to usable. So I do appreciate your input, so thank you.
As Lisa had said, we'll look at it. I just want to put out, we reviewed this with the wind turbines. Wind turbine language has the removal agreement, so we can look at that same language for the solar.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay. County Attorney.
Nothing over here.
Planning Director.
On behalf of the planning director, no comments, but Happy New Year. We'll see you next week.
Thank you very much. Executive Director. Deputy County Administrator. Okay, Commissioners, do you have any comments? Commissioner Flores, why don't you go ahead and start?
Yes, received a call from Virginia this morning asking me to bring up Milani Park again because I guess we didn't have a quorum at the last meeting. So all I want to do is just do a review here with the council, since I'm getting tons of emails and questions regarding this park. I haven't had an opportunity to discuss it with anyone here, and the comments that I made at the Tuesday meeting were simply that I don't want to have a beach park that's a private park. I want it to be open to the community at large. So there's a lot of questions that I have, and I would like them to be presented here. And the second half of my comments would be that if we don't have quorum, we're wasting our time, because now I have to bring up this issue a second time. So I think at that time, if our comments aren't going to be valued or respected, then we need to cut the meeting right there and then, and not waste our time. Because now I'm bringing this up a second time, because I guess we didn't have a quorum just to ask for information to come before us. I just think it's basic stuff, but I know that we need a quorum for, to make decisions, but to ask for staff to come back, I don't think you should be required to have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, you put your light on.
I did, and sorry if I'm skipping Commissioner Sachs here, but thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Flores. I've had a few phone calls and have asked the county attorney to be here. I was wanting to request guidance for this board to, first of all, can we make a policy that mandates quorum for meetings to address what what he's saying, but any meetings moving forward, if we lose quorum, can we reschedule the meeting?
The board can absolutely do that. The issue has been that there's been a lot of staff, there's been a lot of direction to staff that is unclear. And the board has gotten, is at directing staff to bring back things for talking or discussion or information, and it's unclear to staff what that means and whether the entire board has agreed. If you do not have a quorum, you cannot take a vote and agree on something. Direction to staff needs to be a formal vote. And the reason we need to do that is because we are taking staff's time and we are sending them a message that this is going to be prioritized with your other work, and the board has decided this is what we want to do. If it's something that you just need facts and information, staff can come to your office and brief you. But if the board itself votes and says, we want this brought back, we want a presentation, we want updates, we want whatever, it needs to be a quorum and it needs to be voted on. The board gets to decide if workshops should continue if it does not have a quorum. So that is something you can decide, and there's 4 of you here. You can vote today that as soon as a quorum is no longer there, the meeting will adjourn and business will be rescheduled. On a workshop meeting without a quorum, you still can have presentations, you still can have staff comment legally, but it's up to you whether you want to continue or not.
If I could, as I asked, the state does not require quorum, but it gives us the authority. Each county has the authority to set our own rules for this. So if we wanted to establish, we must have quorum, we can do that. Yes.
Right. You have to have a quorum to do business, okay? So you have to have a quorum to do votes. You have to have a quorum to do resolutions, anything formal in business. Without a quorum, you can hear information and you can hear citizens' comments, but you cannot make decisions.
So
it is totally up to you if you want to decide that without a quorum, nothing will proceed.
And that brings me to my second question, and you've already somewhat addressed it, that board direction, we could set that we would require a vote by the board. And the reason I'm asking for that too is just because I think some of this has been unclear, and I admit myself, there's been times where this board has given direction and I was distracted getting ready for my comments and actually missed that we gave direction. So I'm asking ourselves, can we vote on direction so that we're clear on what direction is being given and that we actually vote on it? Because I think, and I actually asked for a list of current board directives, and it's being updated right now. I still don't have it. I don't even know what all board directives that we have received and file. I admit I haven't looked at it since the end of November, but it's big, and
Right.
I think that we as a board, we have a duty together, because we are a board of 7. Well, right now we're a board of 5, but that we are clear that we are operating as one board.
Right.
Not 7 individuals.
Right.
And I've even had people ask me about the interference clause. So I also asked you here if you could, maybe not today because we need all 7 of us here, but can you address that today, but then maybe come back and give us a full understanding on that as well?
Sure. And I would really recommend the voting on staff direction. Please do that. If a meeting goes on for 5 and 6 hours, and at the end of it, you're throwing out direction to staff, by the time that happens, nobody knows exactly what you just said or what's required. And we need to all agree as a board, this is what you want to do. I say we, I don't need to agree. You need to agree as the board what it is you want staff to do, where you want them to spend their time. That is really important, and doing the vote makes you summarize and clarify what direction you're giving to staff. So I strongly recommend that. That would be great. As far as non-interference, basically, we have a government set up so that you have the executive and you have the legislative, and then you have the county attorney's office. The executive office carries out the operations of the county. The legislative office is you. You make the policy, you make the decisions that administration is required to go and implement. So non-interference says that you cannot give any directions to staff that reports to the county administrator. So you can get information, you can make inquiries about what's happening, but you cannot give directions. You cannot tell zoning staff that they need to go and make sure that there's a revision to the code. You, as a board, have to give staff directions in meetings. Or you go to Virginia, or you go to Patrick, or you go to one of the deputies and talk to them. But to give direction to staff is interference. It's set up this way so that there can't be any individual who is circumventing processes and procedures. It is set up to protect you so that you're not being accused of undue influence, that nobody's walking around saying, oh, this person represents a developer behind the scenes. This protects you. The board together has to make the decisions that controls the county. That's the way that we're set up.
Is there any vote that we need to take?
Okay, so
To make this happen?
I think
or-
this is, actually, I think I said this in December, that if we were going to move policy, if we were going to give staff direction, it needed to be by consensus by the board. And also, we need to know if we do give direction to you all, we need to know what the fiscal impact of that direction is, because we've approved a budget. And now if we ask you to do X, Y, and Z, how much does that impact our budget? So it's not just, this is not just one fold, this is twofold. So I believe we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Woodward. Would anybody like to second the motion that we need
Could
to
we-
have?
I want to hear the motion.
Yeah, can we clarify the motion?
I don't think, just if
Well, I
I
have
may.
several motions. So-
Okay, Mayor, if I may.
No,
if
why
we
don't you
could-
let Commissioner Woodward finish?
My first motion would be requiring quorum in our
For
meetings.
what? For any
For-
meeting?
For any public meeting where policy could be discussed or board directions could be given,
Including workshops.
including workshops, yes.
Wait, Mayor, may I say something? I had my light on before. May I say something?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores made a comment, and I think that his comment should be memorialized in a motion. So if we could have Commissioner Flores state the motion, and then we could have Commissioner Woodward add to that motion if she'd like. But I think it was initiated here with regard to what occurred at a workshop when there was only 3 of us here, and there was not a quorum. So I would respectfully request that the motion be made by Commissioner Flores, and then Commissioner Woodward could add to that if she wishes.
Does Commissioner Flores wish to make the motion?
Go ahead.
I don't wish to make a motion right now, and I think we're rushing to do something because of something that happened. I want to clarify. What I asked was ask of staff to do a presentation before us. That's not really direction. I didn't ask her to do anything above giving us an update. We should be allowed to get updates on current projects that come up.
Okay.
So that's not really requiring staff to do anything more than bringing something before us. And let's remember, I have not had an opportunity to get a presentation from our administration regarding that particular project, which, by the way, was brought up at the previous meeting, and there wasn't a quorum to have a discussion. So if there was no quorum to have a discussion, I should be allowed to request the administration to bring it back before us. It's not my fault that three of us sat here and we didn't have a quorum. So at that point in time, if that's how we're going to proceed, at that point in time, the meeting should end. As soon as the quorum is gone and we can't address because we can't do anything, then we should end the meeting.
That will be one of the votes, I believe, that's coming forth. If I may be recognized, Mayor?
Please.
Please understand, this has nothing to do with you personally. It really doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened. This is just general procedure that we need to clarify. If you want something brought back before the Board of County Commissioners at a meeting, that should be a vote. If you want a presentation in your office, that is not a vote. That's a phone call. That's a phone call. Patrick or Verdenia, I need a presentation on this. I need to understand it. But if the staff has to do a presentation, they're taking their time. And that should be something that the board wants on its agenda. Does the board want that on its agenda?
If I may, I disagree.
Okay.
And the reason that I disagree is for this reason. To give an update, it should be just getting the directors here and doing a brief update. This is where we're at, this is what's happening, this is the site plan, this is what we're doing. I don't think that really requires all of that much.
I'm going to interrupt for one moment.
No, let me finish, if I may. I don't think that requires to just do a quick update. I don't think that should require much other than pulling information that we currently have. That's my opinion regarding an update. And the other thing is you have commissioners here that are new, that have never had an opportunity to discuss it with your fellow commissioners. And I think that's another thing that you're saying, oh yeah, we can get information from the staff. But if I have questions that I want to pose to my board members, I'm not allowed to do that. So we have to be respectful that this board, when we get together, is our opportunity to speak to each other.
Okay, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to let Commissioner Woodward continue. But I am going to say that with all due respect, and don't get mad at me, with all due respect, we've heard the Milani Park issue over and over again. Staff should bring you up to date on Milani Park and along with Commissioner Powell. We have not even, by noticing and all the whole procedure, don't comment, the whole procedure is, we have to get things on an agenda. We have to notice an agenda. An agenda has to go through a certain routine because there's procedure, because it protects us. And if we say, add it to the agenda next week, and we are not here, we don't have a quorum, that's not proper either. There are times where you, as a commissioner, can be brought up to speed in your office with all of staff. They don't have to come to a meeting to do that. Then if you have questions, you can bring the questions up at any point in time. You can bring them up, and that's why we have commissioner comments at the end of every meeting so that we can have discussions. But to ask for a presentation when we've all heard it, we, as in 5 of us, a quorum of us, have all heard it and have all decided on it. We have this same discussion the first 2, 3, 4, 5 months when we have new commissioners on the board, questioning votes that we have taken previously. Now, just because we've gotten letters and phone calls about Milani Park, and I'm using Milani Park because it's the specific example of what we're talking about. Milani Park has its own procedure that's already in place that needs to be protected and not delayed, because Ismi is in the back of the room and can basically give us all an update or give you an update. There are timeframes that have to be met for Milani Park, or we lose the ability to build that park, and we lose the ability to offer a park for free to every constituent in Palm Beach County. And we don't want to do that because there is limited park for all of our constituents. Now I'm getting off topic. However, to be brought up to speed on Milani Park, it's best if you meet with staff, the same as Bobby meets with staff. If you have continued questions after that that you would like to pose, I would suggest you bring them up in comments, because just like the solar panel discussion we just had, Vice Mayor Baxter brought that up in her comments at a previous meeting. So we do good work up here. We do try to work in unison together. But going back to, how do we ask staff to add something to an agenda? Do we have meetings if we don't have a quorum? I think these are the things that we need to figure out right now. And Commissioner Woodward, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, with all due respect, I was a new commissioner myself 2 years ago, and I understand. I spent an entire day with Patrick and his team riding through the Ag Reserve, so I would have a better understanding of Commissioner Sachs' district, because it was a very big and controversial topic. These are things that all of us have to do. And Milani Park, because it is the topic right now, there's 40 years of history almost with this park. It's something that we've all heard. It's something that I've spent hours and hours with. And it is important that each of us as commissioners do sit with staff. You get the full history, because when it's time for us to have the discussion, you do have to come to this board with a foundation of information that we can't sit here, all of us in this room, and start from the very beginning. And that's on any topic. Milani is a very controversial one. It's one that will take more than, an hour of your time. It's going to take a lot of your time to be brought up to speed. It took hours of my time. Same thing with any of us. We've had to listen to this. And there are other topics that are going to happen where it's on us to get the history. I went back, I had to watch previous meetings. I went back to meetings before. I think only 2 people were on this board for a previous meeting that I had to go back and watch to bring myself up to speed. That's on us as commissioners. And that's why I think we should have to vote on this, because honestly, if this is already happening, the train has left the station. If we're having this on the agenda on Tuesday, by all means, that's fine. But moving forward, we as a board should be allowed to vote on whether or not we want to spend the meeting time, the public meeting time on a topic that we've all heard multiple times. We should vote on that. And you are gonna have to, even before Tuesday's meeting, I hope that you end up with time with staff to go over this, because you will need it. I don't know if Commissioner Powell will have that time. He's traveling. It is a very big topic, and you're gonna have to do your research. We've all had to do it. It's hard, it's long, but it is our duty to do that. When we come to this board, we have to come with information. Staff does it, all the stakeholders out there, get the information from everyone you can, and then when we come back to discuss, we all actually have something to discuss, and not just questions starting without information.
Okay, before we go on, the clerk, you have your light on. Hold on, Joelle. Oh, yeah, it is up here. Oh. Denise? Was it you?
It may have been.
Okay. Patrick?
Just want to be clear, any topic, anytime for any commissioner, absolutely one-on-one. I don't ever want to leave the impression that we're not available to do that, and never too busy before meeting, after, whenever, so we want to be eminently clear about that. The matter of direction, that has been a challenge for us, for those of us who've been around a while, and boards through the years kind of woven through different areas of being implicit and very clear about it, as Ms. Coffin was talking about at times, and then we've drifted away from that. Part of that responsibility is on us, and if board wants to take that action on direction and do it by formal vote, we will also, from our perspective, call back and say, if we're not hearing a vote, not hearing something, ensuring that the full board or the sitting board does that. My only caution on the quorum issue and potentially concluding business, when you have matters by public, for instance, you have the same thing, and I don't know if you had the public here and you might not have a quorum at that point to conclude that when you have folks out. So I would caution you thinking it through. I do think back to the direction part, though, if you should not have a quorum, for instance, on a workshop and we're presenting the information, as long as the board members in attendance, all board members know, then no action is going to be taken, no direction is going to be given, et cetera. We're there to present. The information in those presentations is available for all commissioners, even if you're not there. So just try to keep the boundaries and build on what Ms. Coffin was saying as well.
And again, I mean, in my comments, I actually had written down I was going to ask the commissioners that weren't there at the workshop to watch the workshop before our next board meeting, because it's up to us to be educated. And very rarely do we have a meeting where we don't have quorum, and that only ever happens at workshops. Never, because we would not hold a board meeting without a quorum. And workshops are a gathering of, gathering information and us questioning. Very rarely is direction given at a workshop. We were in a very, like, what's the comment? The perfect storm is what happened this week. And it was really, really good information. I mean, we had budget information. So as for comments, I would ask all of our commissioners who weren't at the meeting on Tuesday to watch the whole presentation. And I have more lights on, so Commissioner Flores, do you want to finish up? Commissioner Sachs?
No, I defer to my colleague who brought it up, and I do believe that if it is a workshop, especially in budget, as you mentioned, Mayor, we now are in 2025. If a person is not physically here, they can be watching like anybody else. So I don't think we need to mandate. I was on Zoom and I was in another country and I was following the commission. I don't think we need to mandate anybody to absolutely go over these workshop information. I think it's just incumbent upon a county commissioner to do it. We have the technology to do it. If we wish as a board to mandate that a quorum be present before we do a workshop, I'll defer to the majority of the board. It doesn't make any difference to me. I always feel like if you're not here, you're watching, just like the public can. But if the majority of the board wants to require a present quorum while we do a workshop, I'll defer to the board. We have some politically charged issues, such as Milani, and I think that if a commissioner wishes to be heard on what he should be presented with before we make a decision, or before he or she takes a vote, I think we should hear him out. And so I would defer to my colleague who brought it up. Thank you.
So I think there are two things here. First of all, I want to assure you that I do my homework. Most of my weekends are reading and doing the work. I feel like when I'm up here, I know exactly what I'm talking about. So I don't ever want to be questioned again about that, or that to be brought up. The other thing is, this topic, Milani Park, was up in a slide that we were discussing at that moment. We had lost quorum at that point. There was only 3 of us sitting up here. I respectfully asked that topic be brought back up, because I didn't want to have the discussion, because I want to be courteous to you, the district representative, to have a discussion or start asking questions about something that you weren't here. And the reason that I wanted to be brought up in public was because, in fact, I want to hear from you, because you have sat in meetings, you have done a ton of work on this, and I wanted to be respectful, and I wanted to gain your opinion before I have discussions with staff. The reason that I brought it up in a public forum is, in fact, because I want to have discussion with the fellow board members and you, since this is your district. It's 2 different things to get a staff presentation, and 2, for us to have a discussion. Because I am not going to they are not allowed to tell me what you think or what you say to them. So then if I want to have a discussion with you, this is the only forum that we have. So if I want to have a discussion with someone, I should be allowed to bring it up at this meeting, and you should be allowed to give me that opportunity, because otherwise I can't communicate with staff. I have them communicate with you, have them give me the information, because that would be breaking sunshine law. So we really have to understand what this body can do and can't do when we have discussion. So when I brought this up, it was to be courteous to you, that I didn't step on your toes, and all I wanted was an update. And it was brought up here, and I could have asked for an update at that point in time, but I didn't think it was right for me to do that when you weren't here and we didn't have a quorum. We couldn't give direction anyways if we wanted to change something. I was advocating for 100 parkings or more. I was told immediately after that, oh, we can't do that. It's 180. We went down to 100. We have an agreement. But that should be a discussion that we get to have here. And we have to be respectful of each other, that if you want to bring something back up for information, you should be allowed to. You should be allowed to bring that up for information. We shouldn't mute ourselves. We shouldn't tell each other, oh, well, we have to have a vote on information or an update. If I am trying to change something and you guys don't agree, then that is direction. Research this. If I'm asking for research, that encumbers time, effort, staff time, something like that. But for them to bring an item back, I don't think it requires all that much lift other than compiling the last presentation, showing me a site plan, and then I get to ask, hey, Commissioner Woodward, what do you think about this? So we're threading on a fine line of sort of muting ourselves from each other when we're just asking for an update. But if I'm asking, hey, staff, please research this, and that, and the board doesn't agree with that, absolutely. We should say that's not what we want to do. But an update from our administration, there are 100 projects going on right now, and if you guys want an update on one of them, I will be more than happy to support you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. And if you would like to have the discussion, I am happy to have it now. If it's meant to happen on Tuesday, I guess that it's happening on Tuesday. This project, it has been a big one. It's one that I inherited, and it's been inherited by a number of commissioners since 1987. So it's a big one. And I have had a number of discussions with staff, and I believe it's coming back to this board soon because we have the design team that has been working with it. I have been working with the city of Highland Beach. It was a very, very difficult relationship because where we are having to work from comes from a settlement agreement 15 years ago, where years of litigation went to get us to that point. So the 100 parking spaces that they're referring to, that's part of that settlement agreement with 43 conditions of approval. I don't know that we have another project that we have to do that has that many conditions of approval. And if we fail on any single condition of approval, this entire project goes away. And right now we're in a very tight timeline part of it. So I was on a plane. I'm sorry, unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch this until last night. So I was out of town, and I'm happy to present next Tuesday because that's part of economic discussion on where I was. But I couldn't be here for this. And I appreciate you wanting to know from me, but wanting to know from me when I'm not here does pose a problem for the board overall, which is why I'm back here today, happy to talk about it, was happy to talk then. Milani Park was, as I understand it, a list of items that were capital projects. It wasn't like it was the agenda item. It was one among, like you said, how many capital projects do we have? So I did not know that would be a topic of discussion. I would have maybe asked for it to be rearranged, so I would have still been here if that was going to be a topic of discussion. But this is a convoluted process. The work that our county staff has put in with the city or the town of Highland Beach to get them on board, where the mayor is in support, saying nice things when we go to meetings. It was a big deal. Coastal Star, there was a lot of opposition to this. So the work that was put into it, and pardon me if I get a little emotional about this because I had to have private security to go to the meeting to start with. So the fact that we went from that to now I can go back to the town of Highland Beach and not be afraid because we're good. It's something that I don't want to see a grenade just tossed into the middle of this because the work has been there. And they have a seat at the table. Highland Beach has a seat at the table, but we are delivering a county park. County means everyone in the county is allowed to go to this park. It is a public access park. We are being very respectful of the remains that have been found there. It's going to be a raised boardwalk. The design team that we've hired, they know all of the environmental and they build a park for the place. We've had meetings with them just because I want to have the town there. They are stakeholders in this because they're also the permitting agency. So it has to be a partnership with them. It is in the town, it is a county park. Our county Parks and Rec Department have been a part of this. So I am in full support of this. I'm very proud of our staff. I'm very proud of the town of Highland Beach and the residents because this was a very big pull to get them okay with this. And it's not that everyone's okay with it, but not everyone's okay with anything we do. The goal is to make it palatable for them. And that has been the goal. But we will deliver on the 43 conditions of approval. We have to. If we don't, this whole thing goes away. And as I understand it, like it's a tight timeline right now. We're within a 2-year mark. Once we did the notice to proceed, the clock started ticking. And we are in that right now. So if we delay anything, there's a chance that the whole thing falls apart. And this was paid for by the people of Palm Beach County with Parks and Rec bond money in 1987. It is long past due that this park be open to the public. And it's funded, we have impact fees and the zone, all of this stuff that's going into it, it's funded. We are planning to deliver it. And I do encourage you to have it. I mean, we're gonna have it on Tuesday, I guess, but just to put it out there, I am still very much in support of this park. I hope the rest of the board continues to support this because it is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for all the people of Palm Beach County. And we are working with the town of Highland Beach to make sure that we deliver something that they don't hate. So that's all I have to say for it. I didn't get home until 2:30 this morning, so I am tired and maybe a little grumpy. I apologize. But, you know, this came out of the blue while I was out of town. But still, like, we do need to have these discussions outside of Milani Park on quorum, on voting for board direction, and how we move forward.
Hold on, Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Baxter has had her, Vice Mayor Baxter has had her light on, so go right ahead.
Just for a minute. A few things. I do support requiring a quorum for workshops. I don't support necessarily for every single direction given requiring a formal vote of sorts. That could get, I could see good and bad with that. But I do think when we get new commissioners on this board, and it is funny to now see the same things I wanted and did being repeated. I do think it is important that if let's make, okay, Melania Park, right? This is for Commissioner Woodward's district. I have tried more than not to always support a district commissioner and what they want in their district, because we know our district best. We live in it, we breathe it, we know our people and how it should be served. And it is very frustrating when people try to circumvent us and go to others, and we have sunshine laws, so we can't talk to each other outside of a meeting. And so I appreciate what Commissioner Flores said about this is the only place we can talk. This is the only place he can ask the district commissioner their opinion, their advice. Melania Park has been very contentious. We've had some contentious things in my area that I wish people would have supported me on. So I make it a solid point to support other district commissioners, because ultimately we're serving the residents. This isn't about us. We're serving the people and what's best for them in the district, and not always allowing the few noisy who have time to go visit every single office behind us. And just, you know, recognizing that there's so many more people. We have over 216,000 residents, over 115,000, you know, voting constituents in each of our districts. That's a lot of people to try to appease. A lot of people try to make happy. I appreciate if the motion is still on the floor to require a quorum for workshop specific, I could get behind that, just because why have a workshop? Why get the information if we can't actually do anything about it? So that just kind of made sense to me. I do like, you know, we give direction without objection. I think we need to take a little responsibility, and when somebody is giving their comments to, and not that you don't usually, but kind of be cognizant of that's the time that direction would be given. Without, you know, I just hate to see something become contentious that doesn't need to be, especially if we're just asking for updates. You know, bring us back an update, and to Commissioner Flores, just be cognizant that sometimes updates take a lot longer than some of us would like to sit here, because we have heard it 4 or 5 times already. But if there's ever a conversation you would like to have, and this was one of the things I tried to do, was during comments, have those conversations. There's actually something right now I'd like to ask Mayor Marino, but I'm going to wait until we finish this particular topic or discussion. So if Commissioner Woodward would like to proceed with that one part of your vote, the quorum part for workshops, I will second that, and see where everyone else stands, and I'll save the rest of my comments for after this.
Commissioner Flores.
I just want to clarify that my comments on Tuesday were, my people want to go to the beach too. So I am not against the park. I simply want to get an update as to what is going on, where we're at, what's the timeline, and then hear from the fellow commissioners. I do have some questions, but that was it. I'm a big fan of the park. I mentioned that my people want to go to the park too, to the beach. I think I made that comment on Tuesday. So this is not anything that I'm trying to shut down Milani Park or impede the process that we're moving forward. Just want to get an update as to where we're at, what's happening. And I think we deserve to get updates when we request them. And I will say this, if we are going to make a motion to regarding giving direction and having majority direction, we then have to define what is considered direction, because getting an update, I don't consider that giving directions other than this project is underway. At any point in time, we should be allowed to get an update on that particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Isami, would you come up for a second? Do you have your notebook on Milani Park with you? How about
No, excuse me, point of
Commissioner
order.
Sachs, please.
Point
You
of
interrupt
order.
all the time. No.
Point of order.
No.
If we're going
Commissioner
to,
Sachs, please.
all right, just
Please.
record my objection.
Your
to
objection
having
is
something
noted.
that's not on the agenda to be given a report on this date, on an agenda that we have already had notice of, and this is not on the agenda. Thank you.
Isami, would you please give us a very brief, and you can do it again next Tuesday, but would you please give us a very brief update on Milani Park? This is not impeding the process of any other meeting. This is just giving us, as Commissioner Flores said, this is just giving us an update.
Certainly. Good morning again. It's Samia Jala, Assistant County Administrator and Director of Facilities Development and Operations. Let me share with this board, if I may, Mayor, that last night we provided an advance copy of the item that the board requested with the update. High-level overview. Milani Park is a park, sorry for being redundant, that consists of 2 parcels in Highland Beach. We're talking about 5 acres of land east and west of A1A. That park has been in the making for over 35 years. In fact, in 1987, the county acquired the property from Miss Lucia Milani as a successor of the Milani family. At the time of acquisition, meaning to say the county paid, it was not a donation, and we paid $3.9 million. When Ms. Milani sold the property to the county, there was a requirement that the park be named after her late husband, and that's how it became to be the Camden Milani Park. The county acquired the property with the knowledge that it needed to provide beach access, right? Because we do have an area where there's a desert, basically, in that South County area. What ensued after the county acquired was a very lengthy and controversial process in getting the park design. 3 separate legal actions ensued, and in 2010, there was a stipulated settlement agreement and addendum that was entered by the county and the town, putting an end to the litigation and agreeing that the park will be deferred for an initial term and that the county will get then the opportunity to defer for 2 additional 5 years, an initial term of 10 years with 2 additional deferments at the county's sole discretion for 5 years for a total maximum of 10 years of deferment, and that the county will not start construction until then. And when it did decide to start construction, that construction will be done consistent with the stipulated settlement agreement that includes a development order that in turn includes 43 conditions and an approved site plan, okay? That site plan at a very high level has on the west parcel, 100 parking spaces. On the east parcel, everything that is related to park amenities. We're talking about the life tower, the trails, you know, typical amenities for a beach access park. In 2019, staff came to this board and a first deferral of 5 years was approved. And at that time, this board told staff, start working on allocating the funds, putting them on the long-term plan of Parks and Rec, so that when time comes, you're ready to move. Last year, 2024, we were basically given direction to move forward. That final 5-year extension was not exercised by the county. And in April of 2024, the county issued the notice of intent to resume development. And that is a legal term under the stipulated settlement agreement that basically says from this point forward, we have 2 years to be able to supply to the town something that is called under the stipulated settlement agreement, the compliance package. In simple terms, that compliance package is the drawings, the design, all supporting documents that are required by the 43 conditions of approval. In May of last year, this board had a very thorough discussion and a lot of public comment from neighbors, residents of the town. The board gave consideration to those comments, and staff was told proceed as per the stipulated settlement agreement, and that's what we have been doing. In September of 2024, the board approved a contract with a design firm, Brooks and Scarpa, to proceed with design of Milani Park. We have $8.6 million total in the park's budget allocated for this project. It's basically impact fees, and my colleagues from Park need to bring to this board some transfers to make sure everything is in the correct accounting line, but the funds are there. Since then, we have been working with the town, the district commissioner, the design team, in a coordinated manner, because the development order has a lot of moving pieces and has conditions that are fatal. And I can only emphasize the fatal component so much. That means that if we miss the deadline, the development order goes away and the county loses the ability to deliver this project completely. So when we procured the project for the design team, we told them very directly, it's a project being done under the clock and you have no flexibility to miss a single deadline. Staff is very cognizant of that, and we have pulled every resource to follow board direction and make sure we work towards those deadlines. At one point throughout the conversation, there were requests received from the city and the neighbors, the town, asking for the parking spaces to be reduced, at one point eliminated. This board gave us very clear direction. We're going to deliver what the site plan states, and the site plan states 100 spaces on the west parcel. There has also been comments and conversations as to the archaeological remains that are on site. The development order requires us to submit an application to the National Registry of Historic Places for consideration of the site. It was known when the stipulated settlement agreement was approved that there were remains on the site, and the development order was approved, taking into consideration that the design will need to accommodate for that reality. So with that in mind, we have been working very closely with our colleagues in PCV. The application to the National Register was submitted, and we received in July this year, November this year. We submitted in July, we received response in November, that it does qualify for registration, so we are moving forward. And the design team is full ahead. We have an archaeologist under contract, a design team under contract. Design is ongoing. They're putting together those initial schematics to then move to construction documents that take into account archaeological findings, development order restrictions and conditions and requirements, everything being done with the 2-year mark very clear on everyone's mind. So that will be my, I'm going to say 3-minute recount of the project.
Commissioner Woodward has a question.
Isami, if you could also let them know, there will be another public meeting for stakeholder input that we're going to be having at the South County Civic Center. The date has not been determined yet. A lot of that's going to be determined by the design team. But I welcome anyone from your district or anyone else's district who would like to attend to please come, because that's the time for public input with the design team on a number of issues that they can address within the 43 conditions of approval. There's certain things that we can be flexible with, or, nature part, there's different things that we can put into the park and the design team knows within the 43 conditions of approval, let us know what can we bring to the public where they can have a voice. And I would invite, when we get the date, I will let everyone know so we can have as much public input as possible.
If I may add, Mayor and Commissioners, I'd like to refer to that as the recipe, right? We have told the town the development order gives us a recipe to follow, and we need to follow it, and we will follow it. But anything that we can accommodate to make sure that this park is better received in the community, and anything that we can adjust within the constraints of that recipe, we have offered to do so, and the design team has been directed to do so. So that's our north right now.
Isami, thank you very much for this brief overview, and we'll look forward to it again. And I do appreciate you being nimble enough to do this today. And this is why, as commissioners, we have comments at the end of the meeting. And Commissioner Sachs, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank Isami because we all received an email from Isami last night at 6:36 p.m. And she sends it to all of us. And she says, "Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. As per direction provided by the board during yesterday's workshop meeting, attached, please find an advance copy of the agenda item that staff will be presenting to the board on February 4th. This is exactly what we need to do. This is what the rules provide. This item is on the agenda on February 4th, and thank you, Isami. Last night at 6:36, you're working on this, so we should all have a copy of what my colleague requested during the discussion when our colleague wasn't here on this very important issue, not just for your district, but as I was going to say, my people don't even have a beach. So, it's interesting. We should be a little lighthearted on this. But I do very much appreciate what you did last night at 6:36 to give us all a briefing in anticipation of the February 4th, where this item is agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. We still have discussion about having a quorum for our workshops. So I believe there is a motion on the table from Commissioner Woodward. I believe there was a second from Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Flores, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I think we have to also, if we're going to make that motion, we have to decide when is the workshop going to be continued. Because once it's advertised, people have the right to participate. So in a workshop, no?
Mm-mm.
There's no public comments at any point in there?
It's at the discretion of the mayor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Okay, so
public
if
comments
we-
are not required at a workshop
Yeah. Workshops are
because
for
no
us.
business is being conducted.
Okay, so yesterday we had 4 items that were being brought up. The last one was the budget workshop.
Workshop.
Right, but my point is that if we have an item as important as the budget, really, that's one of the main things that we're in charge of, that we have to pass, and we don't have a quorum, we should have a right to reschedule that and not let it just pass by, because that's the whole point of our workshop, is to hash things out. So I want to make sure that when we pass this, we decide what is going to be the procedure for continuing that workshop. Because yesterday, I had to emphasize that we bring the budget back up because we only had 3 of us. And there were things that we wanted to discuss. So that's my whole point here is, if we're gonna pass this, that if we don't have a quorum, the meeting ends, which I am fully in favor of, because I wasted my afternoon yesterday being here, being responsible, but yet we didn't have a quorum. So then we should have a time to pick up. So I don't know how that's gonna look, but I think we should, before we pass this motion, we should have all the answers on hand so that we know what it's gonna imply. Are we picking it up the next day? Are we gonna pick it up on the next meeting? How is this gonna work?
Go ahead, Patrick.
Couple points on that. If that's the board's direction, if there's not a quorum, like any other meeting, and we get notices from commissioners and we'll do quorum calls and we check, should that be the case, you would be canceling a workshop or specific items if it timed out in such a fashion. They would just need to be either rescheduled for the next workshop or put on a regular agenda as available, or like we had today, an item. It would vary, topic specific, if you will. And I just want to emphasize the point, the overarching idea behind a workshop is for the board to be able to talk to staff directly. Just that point, going back to the point about the public, it is at the mayor's discretion on allowing public to speak. But the big point is asking questions and allowing that interaction in that fashion.
And ironically, this was probably in my 4 years, the first time a workshop did not have a quorum, ironically. Now, we've not had quorum at public comment, 2 o'clock at first, our first meeting of the month, which we don't need a quorum for because it's not interactive. It's just we're getting comments from the public. But ironically, this was our first board meeting that didn't have a quorum. And I do believe that if at some point in a meeting we lose quorum, then the meeting is over. And if Commissioner Flores, if that would be, okay. So the motion would then be, how would we like to restate that?
Could I just clarify on my motion was having quorum whenever there could be board direction. So again, and I'm sorry, I understand that you're saying the Milani Park, but you just read SME's email where she responded saying from board direction. So, and again, we have to clarify what is board direction. I think that's part of what we need to discuss here. And not having quorum is very rare. I haven't had it happen.
That was the first time.
So it is rare, but I think the part of it is the direction part. If we are going to be giving staff direction, we have to have a quorum. And we also need to be clear on what direction is, because I think you maybe weren't thinking you were giving or weren't planning to give direction, but it is taken by staff as board direction when it comes from us in that way. So we need help clarifying what that is and how we need to manage that better.
I have a question. Commissioner Baxter, or Vice Mayor Baxter.
So do you want it to, and I'm trying to clarify what you're saying. So do you want us to have to take a vote on every single direction? Because by eliminating the ability of even having a meeting without a quorum, we're going to have a quorum for any board direction given.
Taking a vote and having quorum for direction are two different things.
Yeah, it's two separate.
What I'm saying is, it takes 4 to have a quorum. If we're saying, well, we can't have a BCC meeting without a quorum, right? So there has to be a quorum present for any direction given. So are you saying that you want to vote on any direction given? Like an individual roll count vote?
Well, I'm starting with, we need to have quorum present for board direction. And then I am asking for assistance for us to be able to manage how we are giving board direction better. Because I for one, we have been giving a lot of board direction that, and maybe I'm the only one that sometimes gets distracted. I've had to go back and watch meetings where I was like, I didn't realize we gave board direction. And even you yourself were saying you didn't give board direction, but it was taken as board direction. So we need to tighten up what is board direction, and if that means voting, if that means specifically having staff reiterate back to us. So you, and sorry to put this on you guys, but are you giving us board direction for? Like, that just needs to be tightened up on what is board direction. And if it's a vote or if it's just reiteration of what that direction is, we need to do better with that. And first, we need quorum. That's the first issue, because I think there should at least be 4 members of the board for any direction that's given. And then you help us, how do we identify what is actually board direction? And that, so we all understand we are giving a direction from the board and not a commissioner, we as a board.
I think. Well, I think, here, I'm going to.
It's 2 separate motions.
It is
though.
2 separate motions, but I think if you distill it down to this, any meeting that we have the ability to give direction. So really what we're saying is any meeting that we have, we need quorum.
Or you're not allowed to give board direction in a meeting that doesn't have quorum.
But, okay, I've got everybody's lights on.
Okay.
So Commissioner Sachs, you've been quiet for a while, your turn.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Maybe to bring it all down, what has been said is exactly what Commissioner Woodward stated, 2 different issues. The first issue is that we should not have, and the motion is well stated, that there should be a quorum at every board workshop. And what Commissioner Flores said, and when that occurs, and we have to deny a workshop, we need to have a date certain when that will come across. Because he wants a date certain. You can't just say, we're not going to have the workshop today because we don't have a quorum. So we'll have to have this workshop is not going to proceed because we don't have a quorum. This workshop will proceed on this date certain. That's why the public knows. Second issue is with regard to board direction. Just listen to the words, board direction, as opposed to commissioner direction. Any commissioner here can ask staff to look into certain things because we're county commissioners. But board direction is a 4-count quorum, a 4, board direction and commissioner direction. So I think that it's just, I know the time is late and we're getting hungry, and some of us have just arrived a couple hours ago from a trip, but I do think, very simply, no workshop unless we have a quorum, the reinstatement of that board, of that workshop on a date certain so the public knows. And then the second thing is board direction is board direction. So we don't really need to take a vote on that because we will reinstate what exactly the words say, board direction, a vote of 4. Commissioner direction, any commissioner can bring it up under commissioners' comments, not board comments, commissioners' comments. So I would encourage a vote now on Commissioner Woodward's motion with the addition of Commissioner Flores is saying that it go to a date certain. Thanks for letting me speak, Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Flores.
So, getting a vote on everything that we ask staff for is gonna be utterly insane. Because every time we have a workshop or we do something, we ask them for more information. Oh, can you get me that number? Or can you do this? Can you do that? These are all board directions. So could you imagine every single time we have a discussion here and we ask something of staff that we have to get a vote? It's gonna be completely insane. And the other thing, this is completely blindsiding for everybody here that we're having this discussion. Our fellow commissioners don't even know that this discussion is happening. I think this is something that we should let it simmer until next meeting, where they have an opportunity to know that this conversation is happening and they can be part of that conversation, because they didn't know that this conversation was going to happen today when they decided that they were going to not be here today. And this impacts them directly. I completely agree with, if we don't have a quorum, that meeting stops, because it's a waste of time of the other ones that sit here, and then you can't even give direction. Because technically, asking them to get me this number is a direction. So if you want to, I think we have to be very careful what we're asking for. And I would like for us to stop the conversation right now. I mean, we can continue the conversation, but I think let's hold on the motion until the fellow commissioners are able to catch up. They didn't know that this conversation was going to be happening. This wasn't advertised. So to them, they might be coming back to rules that they weren't expecting to be implemented. So I just think it's a point of courtesy for them to be part of this conversation since it impacts the entire board. And we have to be very careful every time we ask something out of staff, whether that's a board direction. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you. Mayor, Attorney Kaufman, would you happen to clarify for us, in your opinion, what exactly is direction versus asking for information versus asking for a presentation?
Right. Asking questions like I need a fact or a figure during a presentation, or get back with me on the date of the expiration of a contract. That's just information. That's information that you can ask at any time. You know, it doesn't have to be during a meeting, but it can be during a meeting, and that is not board direction. Board direction is certainly something that would require to be agended and presented. Board direction is something that would require research or analysis of the staff. So board direction is something that will appear on Virginia's list of projects or assignments that you all have tasked her to do. So board direction is a decision of the majority of the board that they want something done. So an individual commissioner will be asking for facts or information. That's not board direction. That's just I'm asking for facts and information.
Can within, okay, so are you, because we don't always say it, would you suggest maybe a middle ground? Because without objection or making it clear that this is a direction that we as a board are trying to give, like what the verbiage, right? Without doing a roll call vote
Right.
for every single direction given. That's the first part. Let me get to a second part. And this might be a little out of the box, so bear with me, guys. But there might even, if you wanted to set up a separate, so that it is clear, like Commissioner Woodward, to your point, maybe instead of comments, we also have direction. Like, this is the time we're gonna give direction. This is the time we're gonna give comments on the agendas. That could also, I think, maybe isn't done everywhere, but we as a board could decide to make a specific section, say, this is when we're discussing direction. Just for food for thought. Hold on. I know everyone wants to talk. And lastly, to Commissioner Flores' point about waiting for Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Weiss, I don't necessarily hate that idea, but to the point of Mayor Marino, we've only not had quorum one time in 4 years. So this isn't like some life-changing motion that I think that they're gonna be really upset we didn't kind of tackle today and not have to reiterate this all again at the next meeting. But I will let you answer the question first, and then I'm sure other people want to chime in.
I just wanted to go back to clarify. The reason I have this as an issue is not because of Milani, but because of the discussions that we sometimes have that go on for hours. And at the end of hours, there have been commissioner comments from 7 commissioners. And then you say, okay, without objection, blah, 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 and staff is left perplexed about exactly what the direction is, exactly what it is we're supposed to do.
May I say, I mean, they've asked us for clarification before. There's nothing that stops from them saying, we need more clarification, or even following up with us after.
Well, see, following up with you after does not take in the account of all the rest of the commissioners. We need board direction. So yes, I absolutely understand what you're saying, and staff, Virginia, can go and try to get clarification from everybody, but it sure would be easier and perhaps clearer if the board were clear and we all knew for sure exactly what this board direction is. And to bring back up the mayor's comments about budget, We had discussed at some point having board direction, if it had a budgetary impact, having that discussed. Understand, if you give staff direction to bring something and do a presentation, they're gonna take it seriously. Please don't think they're not. They are gonna take it seriously. You are their bosses. You are their ultimate bosses. And they're going to take time and effort and try to do it. So we're just saying, we wanna be clear we know what you want, and then we go forth and do it. That's all.
Patrick?
Just wanted to add one point. As we're talking about what's offered as direction, in the context of an agenda item you might have coming along, and you say, can you provide this information? Can you come back to us with something? We wouldn't take that as distinct direction. That's part of it. That was part of the discussion. We need to return to you. I don't think that would rise to the level of needing to be on the list. I think what we're really talking about are the items, because those are going to be done. I think what we're talking about, and the board's going to take an action. If it's agendized and you say you need a little more information or something in that context, what we're really talking about are ones that, whether it comes about during comments or it might be parallel to the discussion, hey, can we look at this? Can you do this? Can we bring this back? Obviously, we can do it, but it's something that, outside that context, outside that window. That's the distinction I'm trying to draw.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Woodward, you were first. Your light was on first.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do agree with having the other commissioners here for the quorum part. I mean,
We should just
do we have to have 7 commissioners to vote on quorum? It's like, we're trying to just get to quorum here, that's whatever. But I was asking for advice and for you to help us implement a policy. I'm not saying we should vote on the board direction policy today. I think that we have some more hashing out to do. And honestly, I think the administrator should be here because I just got it. It's 19 pages of board directives that she has right now that was updated today. And so, we need to have a better understanding and myself, I'm probably guilty of giving board direction sometimes that shouldn't be board direction or, but help us. So at our next meeting, I think everyone's here next week. At our next meeting, have something for us to look at on how do we do this better, whether it's a vote or whether you are making, all right, board, just to be clear, you are giving us direction for, reiterate it so that we all realize we are giving board direction. However that gets fleshed out, I don't care, but we have to do better with it and just so that we all are operating as a board of one when we are directing staff. And of course, when we have questions and stuff, I mean, I have meetings with them all the time. I need more information. That's not board direction. Board direction, but we need you to clarify to us what is board direction and when we are putting staff hours into this. And we have staff running in 10 different directions sometimes. Oh, and we have the agenda next week. So help us make sure that when we are giving board direction, all of us realize what we're doing and even the financial impact that you mentioned. I mean, staff hours, that's financial impact as well. Not that we're asking you for the dollar amount, but we do need to be cognizant of that. So I'm not gonna make the motion for that today, but I'm asking, this is board direction I'm asking for everyone to agree with, that whoever, you guys work together to give us a better understanding when we are doing board direction and a policy moving forward that cleans this up a little bit.
And without objection, I think the rest of the board would agree with that. Is that correct? Okay, Commissioner Sachs, and then
Thank you.
Commissioner
Could I
Flores.
make a motion then that we agenda this item? I'm just sort of paraphrasing what my colleagues have said. Let's agenda this item for the next board meeting. All 7 of us better be here, or they will be listening in, because we've made that, so they're part of this discussion, that we agenda this item for the next meeting. We all discuss it openly, we take the vote. We hear from our county administrator, that's a good point. We hear from county attorney, and maybe we also hear from staff, because they're the ones that we're burdening. But I think it should be an open discussion for the next meeting, and that way we can clear up all these points together. And then we could go to lunch.
Tuesday?
Huh?
Does it need to be Tuesday or?
Whenever the powers that be are ready, I think we should do it as soon as possible, because.
Why don't we, because we have several motions on the floor, plus we have an agenda that's already been sent out. Would it be okay if we put this on the agenda for the following week? This way it can be noticed. That would be.
Yeah, 2/11, that would be
Okay,
good. That would give
February
everybody
11th. Without objection, would that
opportunity
be
to review.
okay with the rest of the board? No. Well, we got,
Well, I think it would be a substitute motion if we already have one on the floor, so.
we're still on the quorum question.
on the
and
quorum?
That was board direction.
Okay.
We have the quorum question, and Commissioner Flores has his light on.
If we're gonna table, if we have a substitute motion to table this until February 11th, then I will second that motion, and I will defer my comments to that meeting.
Okay, so but the motion that's on the table is actually the motion about a quorum and having the meeting cease when there is no longer a quorum.
I think we can table it all.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a motion and a substitute motion on the table. I had a motion and a second on the substitute motion, and that's not a motion, it's just board direction.
It's a substitute motion, not direction.
Okay. We have a little confusion on the dais right now. So what we are going to do, without objection, we're going to extinguish all motions and substitute motions that are on the table, and without objection from the rest of the board, we are going to ask to have this item agenda on the November. Wow, that was fast. February 11th meeting, without objection from the rest of my board members.
And that's for quorum and.
That's for everything that we were talking about, so that we can do it with all 7 commissioners.
If you could just say what exactly is going to be on that item, so that it's clear for the clerk, just say.
On February 11th, we will take up the discussion of meetings that have to have a quorum and what will be considered a direction from the board and what is the policy for board direction. Because direction and asking for information are 2 different things. So we need to clarify what, if the attorney would bring back to us what that would look like. We will have it as an agenda item on the, I don't know when I was saying November, February 11th meeting. Okay. I don't think that needs a motion. I don't think that needs a vote because we just gave board direction without objection, which is we don't have a policy in place yet for that, so here we have it. Commissioner Sachs, is there anything that you would like to say under your comments?
You're not going to believe this.
You have nothing?
I'm going to believe it, because I am prepared for 2 items for board direction. But if you could hear them, and if it's something that is objectionable or warrants further discussion, then we could table it to the February 11th. But this is something that I've discussed with staff already. And the first one is to review development order monitoring and time extension provisions in the ULDC to present an overview discussion to the Board of County Commissioners. And this is something that I have already reviewed with the Planning and Zoning staff, that they would be able to do this and then give an overview discussion to us.
Would this be a workshop?
You would like to see this as an agenda item in the future or a workshop?
Probably, Lisa, what do you recommend? Should this be, I think,
We talked about adding this onto a Thursday agenda. The monitoring language in the county for development orders is in the ULDC. And it is a type of presentation that I believe the Planning Division, in consult with them and Patrick Rutter, it would be something that would be informational and something that could be ready to go, not in February, but I think we talked about March.
It's either February or March. There is an exigent issue on it that's coming up with timing, so that will work well. Staff was prepared to come back in the near future, but we can elevate it. I'm looking at February or March.
Yes, Tweeshat Planning Division. February 27th, we could give a very basic 101 intro to development order monitoring and status reports, because again, I think you probably haven't seen the status report in a long time. So we could do a very general discussion about status report and condition monitoring, and then get direction of the board to come back for specific items or topics.
So Commissioner, without objection, would you like to bring that back? And without objection from the rest of the board?
Yes, I think that.
Seeing no objection, yes.
Very good. Thank you. And then the second item.
But before you move on, Commissioner Flores, you put your light on. Okay. Go right ahead.
Okay. The second item is to review prohibited uses such as institutional uses in the Ag Reserve west of State Road 7 and present to the Board of County Commissioners for discussion in March. And these are items that planning wants to be able to present to us, concerns my district, and then we can have a discussion on this sometime in March when the planning staff is ready to proceed.
So the rest of the board, without objection, would that be okay?
Could you read it one more time?
Sure, I have it written down. To review prohibited uses such as institutional uses in the Ag Reserve west of State Road 7 and present to the Board of County Commissioners for discussion in March.
In March. Which meeting would that fall under?
That would be the zoning meeting. Just
Okay.
like the other one, both of these topics are areas that we've presented previously, so we can recycle information and bring to you quickly. It's just informational, so March would work with that date as well, with planning and zoning.
Thank you.
And March, I don't know, last week of March or something, we're the zoning Thursday.
Perfect, thank you. And I don't see any objections from the rest of the board. Commissioner Flores?
I was just going to make a comment. This is exactly what we should do. I think we should support each other, because if Commissioner Sachs has found something or has seen something that she wants to discuss, we should allow each other the opportunity to do that. So I thought that was perfect. A perfect example of how this should work.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, anything you'd like to?
Thank you very much. And I just think we could all just go to lunch together after this, but we can't.
I am getting hungry.
But anyways, it's so nice that we're all talking to each other, and this is what the public wants us to do, and this is how we develop a good government in Palm Beach County. So thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the discussion. I'm happy to be here as a part of it. I do apologize for having to leave early on Tuesday, but I'm hoping to be able to present to you and have a discussion about where I was. I think, when is the budget coming back to us, where we talk about the strategic priorities? Is that got pushed?
You're back in June.
Okay, well, I will be.
Sorry, you've got the item coming back to continue the presentation on February 4th. I apologize.
Okay,
Yes,
so
we
then-
did add that to the agenda
Okay.
for
Okay.
next week.
It's going to be a long day on Tuesday, so. Direction without objection.
Next Tuesday, we are going to, and I'm going to give notice now, and I'm going to interrupt you. We are going to recess at 11:30, and we will return at 1:15 next Tuesday for lunch.
And we have matters by the public also.
Yes, we do.
Okay. No, I will be presenting because I want to make sure that all 7 of us are here. But it was a very exciting conference. Commissioner Marino was there when we first heard the speaker. It was at the joint conference with South Florida Regional Planning and Treasure Coast, discussing state-facilitated retirement options for people who work in small businesses. And there's a number of states around the country that have implemented it, so we will certainly not be the first. But my goal is hoping to get the rest of the board, for all of us, to use our collective weight when we go to Tallahassee and Palm Beach County days to start just seeding the field to get this done. And I will have more information. I'm super, super sleep deprived right now, so I'm not going to attempt to try to do it. But It's a really good thing. I look forward to bringing it to all of you. I think it would be fantastic for our county and hopefully for the entire state, because one of the statistics that they gave us, they pulled up Florida because I was the only representative there from Florida, was that I think it was 53 or 57% of employees in the state do not have access to any type of a retirement plan unless they were to go and, like, you get your own IRA, but most of these people aren't doing that. So there's a number of states that have kind of addressed this issue, and I look forward to bringing it to all of you, and hopefully, we can help our employees and our small businesses, as we know we have a lot of them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I didn't expect to have this previous conversation, but I also have some direction that I would like to give without objection. So I would like staff to bring back to us what is allowed currently in our ULDC, such as like golf carts and so on. What is allowed on roads, specifically in the acreage neighborhood plan? And if we could also get a comparison of what is allowed on the roads in Westlake and Arden and their surrounding communities, it could be very helpful to us. You don't need to speak about it now.
Do you want-
If you could, bring it back.
Okay.
Because there's some concerns that have been brought to my attention by residents recently, and I just want to make sure that my fellow board members get a chance to hear that information as well. And maybe take a look at what is allowed in the acreage neighborhood plan and what could potentially be allowed as far as golf carts are concerned.
Vice Mayor, may I ask a question? There are some municipalities that actually do have, and you may want to look at Wellington, may have, they do allow golf carts if they're licensed on their roadways, but I think there's a speed limit involved with that. So maybe expand your information gathering to maybe include municipalities that have the same instance that the Vice Mayor is asking for.
You can, include Wellington and Royal Palm Beach as well if you'd like, but I wasn't trying to give them too much homework.
No, but I think, actually, I think the question is a well-informed question, and the information that we can get for that, because there are communities that having a golf cart might be the best way to get around. And I know a lot of our behind the gates communities do allow golf carts, but they allow them on the wide paths, not necessarily on the streets, as opposed to Wellington, which allows them on the street. So there's a
Well, I'm just saying, so we have a unique area out there, so I'd like to maybe address some of looking at what could be a good compromise in the acreage neighborhood plan area.
Yeah, if I may, there isn't going to be any items in Articles 1 through 8 of the ULDC on golf cart transportation on public rights-of-way. We can easily look at the acreage neighborhood plan, but with the specifics, it looks like I will need help from engineering or to defer that to the engineering division, because that's out of the scope of my realm.
I think there's three aspects to it. We'd want to lay out for you the statutes on it as well. You referenced the speed limit, so there's a legal aspect, there's an engineering aspect, and then a zoning regulatory aspect. Let us work on that. Yes, we'll come back. Expectation on timeframes would...
This is not a big hurry. I mean, if sometime by this, even in the summer, if you wanted to address it, or, I know we have, staff is doing a great job bringing back things that have been in the works for quite a while, so I am not trying to, I just wanted to put it on everyone's radar and start the discussion.
We will do that. We'll have it this summer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, you put your line on?
That's a great idea, and I'd like to even look at it in county roads, street legal golf carts, because this is a big deal. And there's a lot of discussion about it all over the county. So there's state statutes on it. I know that in the Orlando area, the villages, the entire place is a golf cart community. And they call it a golf cart community. But I think it's a good discussion to bring up. In Boca, they have a lot of street legal golf carts going around. And so, yeah, I think a whole overview of it, even in some other commissions. they had some
Commissioner Flores, you
golf
look like you were going to
carts. A lot
put your
of
light
fun.
on.
Thank
Okay,
you.
look what you started.
I am so sorry.
That's all right. No, this, you know
Should
what,
we
this
look
is,
at golf carts and at the beaches, parks?
See, so actually, this is not a bad conversation to have, considering, oh my God, I'm going to say it out loud. We do have a transportation master plan coming down the road, and you never know, golf carts might be part of that. So this is probably a good time to have this discussion. Okay, Vice Mayor, you had more.
Just my question for you, actually.
Oh my,
because
I'm
we
getting
are,
in trouble now.
we are in the sunshine, and normally, you know, it's awkward bringing up something random, but this is the only time we can do it. And there's been a lot of discussions recently, something in your district that has recently come back up for sale. And I want to know how you feel about it.
I think there's a motor sports park, but actually, you know, I said to Don Dufresne, Don, get 50 guys together to put $1 million in and buy it. But until there's a buyer who wants to come back and maybe keep it as a racetrack, and we are open for any option. If it was once a racetrack, if it wants to be a racetrack again, I know we might have, did we remove the recreation overlay? What did we do?
That sort of use was abandoned. It's now utilizing its lane use. It's there as industrial, but obviously, should someone seek to reintroduce that use, process an application through.
So I guess I just wanted to, I love that you're in favor of if somebody wants to come in and turn it back
If
into
somebody
a
wants to come in and
racetrack.
turn it back into a racetrack, that's where, I learned how to, I did open wheel Formula Fords on that track. So I'm happy. It was already a use there. If someone feels that they can maintain it and continue it, more power to them. Let them bring it on.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not against it one way or another.
Exactly, start your engines.
Hi again, everyone. Thank you for today.
And lively discussion, and this is why it's important for us to have commissioner comments at the end, or however we transform it in the future, board directions. This was a great discussion because it really does show that, you know, there are times where we just need more information. And this is how we get it, and whether if we bring it up during our comments and it has to get agendaed on a future meeting, that's what we can do. So I do appreciate everyone being here, and just as a reminder, on Tuesday, I'm putting it in on the record now, we will be taking a lunch break at 11:30, and we will be resuming at 1:15 on Tuesday. With that, we're adjourned at 12:12.
Is there something going on Monday?
We invite everyone to come out to visit the new Canyon branch. Please come out and visit us. It'll be open 7 days a week and be accessible to anyone who wants to come and visit. You can also visit us and learn more of our services at our website, www.pbclibrary.org. And on there, you can register for activities, request material, and find answers to many of your questions. Thank you for your support of the Palm Beach County Library System. We look forward to seeing you at one of our locations.
Welcome to Inside PBC, where we highlight what's going on inside Palm Beach County. Parents, you may begin to send in summer camp scholarship applications. Day camp is an option for kids 5 to 17, so parents can be at work and know their child is safe. So these scholarships provide fun and education while school is out for the summer. Last year, nearly 5,000 scholarships were used in Palm Beach County. And a free family-friendly celebration on February 15th highlights the beauty and the importance of the 31,000 plus acres in Palm Beach County's natural areas system. The Winding Waters Natural Area will host the event, which will include wildlife presentations, guided hikes, kayak tours, and even a kids zone. For all of this and more, visit our website at pbcgov.com.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including Palm Tran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
It can be said that experience is one of the main ingredients in getting things done in government to benefit your constituents and community. Working at the community, city, county, and state level allows you to have a meaningful impact. Today's guest has worked tirelessly at each of those levels. He has welcomed the opportunity to take on challenging issues such as providing more affordable and sustainable housing, more jobs, more job training, improving public safety, providing avenues for small businesses to not just survive, but succeed, plus placing a high priority on programs that help children and teens in the community stay safe and realize their dreams. As the election season ends this year, we will see a shift on the Palm Beach County Commission dais. A two-term commissioner is smiling as he reflects upon his accomplishments on the Board of County Commissioners and is headed back to Tallahassee to advocate for Palm Beach County priorities. Joining us is former District 7 County Commissioner Mac Bernard for a look back at his time as a City Commissioner, County Commissioner, Mayor of Palm Beach County, former state representative, and more importantly, a look ahead as he heads back to the state legislature, this time in his new role as State Senator Mac Bernard. What issues will he have the most impact on at the local level? What will he work hard to accomplish as a state senator? We'll get those answers and more on this edition of Politically Speaking. Welcome back. I'm Todd Von Lehren, host of Politically Speaking, the show that allows us to discuss issues of importance with our local, state, and federal officials. Joining us today in the studio is former County Commissioner and State Senator Mac Bernard. Senator Bernard, it's great to have you here in the studio.
It's great to be here, Todd, and it's been a great ride serving on the Board of County Commissioners for 8 years. And now I embark on the role of being a state senator in Tallahassee.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how excited we are here at the county to have you up there in that role. But it doesn't go unnoticed as we reflect back that you have experience not just at the community level, the city level, the county level. You've done a stint in Tallahassee in the state level. Really nobody is more prepared to talk about the differences and also the impacts of that kind of experience at each of those levels than you are. And we'll get to your return to Tallahassee in just a few minutes, but I wanted to start with a look back at your advocacy more at the local level. So as you reflect as your time as a former city commissioner, vice mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, serving on the Board of County Commissioners, and a term as mayor on the Board of County Commissioners as well, what are some of the issues that you most want to be remembered for and on the legacy that you've left behind?
Well, before I think about the legacy that I've left behind, I want to first thank the residents of District 7 for voting me in 2016 to be county commissioner. And I've had the opportunity to represent pretty much all of the residents of Palm Beach County, because when you serve as a county commissioner, you're not just the commissioner for your district, but you serve the entire county. So just want to say thank you to all the residents for supporting us in the work that we've done. But I would say in terms of housing, that's something that's been near and dear to me since I came on board as a county commissioner. So that's what I would say. The impact of housing is something that I've worked on.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact of the matter is that nobody's been more of a champion for the issues related to affordable housing, workforce housing, and actually doing things about it on our Board of County Commissioners than you have. And I think, you know, when you talk about that countywide look that you have to take, not just that district look, here's a perfect example of that issue that you really took, you know, by the jaws and ran with. What is it that you think has been so impactful about why you've taken on that challenge? And what do you think that your influence and your leadership has had on the future of affordable and workforce housing in this community?
Well, Todd, first of all, I want to thank the residents of Palm Beach County for passing and voting on the $200 million housing bond that the voters voted for. And that was important for Palm Beach County. But for me, as a county commissioner, just thinking back to when I was a kid, just knowing that, you know, I was moving from places to places, being evicted from places to places. And so when I became a county commissioner, knowing that I can have an impact in terms of housing for our residents. And so I made it a priority to, first of all, was to make sure that if we're going to address housing, I wanted to make sure that first our veterans who served us were our top priority when I came on board in 2016 was let's make sure that the people who serve us in this country would have a house in Palm Beach County. And then next it was the kids because as we know, many of our students in Palm Beach County are not having the right place to stay. They're hungry. And so I wanted to make sure that if we're going to create housing, that we would provide housing for our students. And then going since the COVID-19 that's impacted us in Palm Beach County throughout the state, we've seen an influx in terms of increase of homelessness for our seniors and our families. So we've been trying to figure out how can we impact our seniors to create more housing for our seniors and for our families.
So Senator, when you look back at that housing bond that you championed, tell our viewers a little bit about what that looks like and what you think it looks like going forward and how it will have an impact on those individuals' lives that you just spoke about.
Well, first of all, the voters voted for a $200 million bond. The board conceptually approved close to $100 million that will create affordable and workforce housing. And some of those projects that we approved is going through underwriting right now. But recently, in the past couple weeks, the board voted on scattered sites projects in Lake Worth, in the Lake Worth area. And also we voted on a project which is in Mangonia Park, which is in my Senate district. And that's going to provide senior affordable housing for the residents of Mangonia Park. And so I believe that once the other projects go through underwriting, we'll have many other projects that will be approved through that process. And then next year, the new board will get a chance to kind of like figure out which direction that they want to go to in terms of creating the next batch of affordable and workforce housing.
You know, it's kind of hard to talk about affordable housing without bringing up the issue of homelessness. And it's something that's had a really, really bright light shown on it here in our county, South Florida, and the rest of the state, particularly by the legislature in this past legislative session. You know, I know you have been very involved in the advocacy of a number of items related to homelessness outside of housing. Maybe you can share one or two of those important initiatives that you've worked on to try to combat this issue in our county.
Well, Todd, the board really recently worked on to try to create transitional housing for our homeless population that are transitioning. And, you know, last week we were able to do a ribbon cutting, 17 cottage homes, that's called Prosperity Cottage Homes, and to provide transitional housing for our residents. In 2016, when I started as a county commissioner, we only had one resource center in the county. And us as a board, from 2016 to 2024, we've created a second resource center right in Lake Worth. We've provided a resource center also in the Glades and in Pahokee. And the board is being creative in terms of creating more transitional housing, and also what we're also trying to do is create permanent housing for our residents.
You know, it is pretty impressive when you sit back and you think about all the resources that you and the Board of County Commissioners has put forward to combat this issue. I'm excited about getting more into that and what we can do as you work your way up to Tallahassee in terms of initiatives up there. So hold that thought. We'll be right back in the studio with former County Commissioner and the Palm Beach County Legislative Delegation's newest state senator, Mac Bernard, on this edition of Politically Speaking. Welcome back to Politically Speaking. Joining us in the studio today is State Senator Mac Bernard. Senator Bernard, I really wanted to focus on, I think, an area that, number one, you were the champion for, but also goes a long way in defining your legacy on the Board of County Commissioners, and that is in the creation of more opportunities for women and minority-owned businesses to work with county government, to have some opportunities that they might not have otherwise before. You helped shape an ordinance that has been in place for a good part of your tenure on the Board of County Commissioners. Can you share with us a little bit about what you see as the impacts of that ordinance having up until now, and what you think the future holds for it as well?
Well, Todd, when I started in 2016, you know, we're just kind of like bouncing back from the recession. And so as we were bouncing back from the recession, you know, from 2008, I wanted to make sure that our small minority and women-owned businesses get opportunities in the county. And so that was the former county commissioner, Priscilla Taylor. She worked on starting the disparity study. And so when I came on board, I want to make sure that I completed the work that she was doing, and so I took on the opportunity to complete the disparity study. And what the disparity study came back to say that there are small minority-owned businesses that we can create tools in our toolbox to help them to be able to get more opportunities in Palm Beach County. And so our board passed the MBE WBE program, which provided opportunities for our minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and our Hispanic-owned businesses to have opportunities in Palm Beach County.
And the reality of it is that we have seen some significant changes in some of those areas, and particularly as you look at agendas of the Board of County Commissioners, you see some of the percentages of the work that's being spread out around our community. I mean, it really does have an incredible impact when you see, you know, what you've been able to do and accomplish through the use of that ordinance and county resources.
Yeah, well, you know, even though we created the MBE program, it's actually hearing from some of the small businesses. That really makes a big difference. There's a construction company, a small construction company in Delray Beach, Hatcher Construction, who who probably back in 2016 weren't doing that much work in the county. But they're the ones who ended up doing the legacy project on 45th Street with the Housing Authority. And they're actually the company who's building the Gramercy Community Center right here in West Palm Beach. And so the small businesses that we gave opportunities to are flourishing. I know soon we're going to do the ribbon, well, not me since I'm not going to be a county commissioner anymore, but we'll do a ribbon cutting for the Kenyon Branch Library. And there are some small minority-owned businesses that got the opportunity to work on this project, and also our fire departments who are being built by not just the big companies, but all the minority-owned businesses.
I'm sure we can get you an invitation back for that ribbon cutting for the Canyons Library, but really want to focus on Gramercy Park. You brought that issue up, and we talked a little bit about some of the work that you've done for children, for teens, and the impact that you've had throughout your district. I know this was an incredible priority for you to get this going and get this done. Talk a little bit about that particular project and what that legacy is going to leave for a lot of the kids and teens in our community.
Well, Todd, I don't know if you remember, but one of the TV interviews that we did was at Gramercy Park.
I do.
And we were there, and I just remember just wanting to make sure that some of the unincorporated pockets of Palm Beach County that were taking care of those communities, such as Sandcastle, Pearl City in Boca Raton. So there are pockets in Palm Beach County that we have to continue to improve. And so when I had the chance to make sure that if we're going to build a community center, and if you go back to the history of Palm Beach County in terms of the Gramercy Park, former County Commissioner Addie Green, she worked on trying to create lighting for Gramercy Park. And then former Commissioner Taylor also worked on the park, and me coming as County Commissioner, I wanted to make sure that we build a community center. And I'm excited that Faith's Place will get the opportunity to be at the community center. And the reason why is we have so many great students that live in the area, and we want to make sure that as they grow, they get the chance to create art, dancing or singing. And so that's something that I'm looking forward to.
It's amazing when you go back to that continuity of leadership that we've had in District 7 and really working on projects, picking up those projects. It reminds me going back in your career in Palm Beach County, probably over 25 years ago. A lot of people might not know this, but you started as an intern at the Criminal Justice Commission. And probably some of that time there gave you some of the passion and drive that you've had for public safety. Can you go back to that time 25 years ago and talk to us a little bit about that internship and what it meant to you as you look forward?
Well, Todd, recently we had some kids who were in the commission chamber. They're high school and middle school students, and our administrator Baker was talking about internship. And I started as an intern here on the 7th floor. I don't know which floor it is, but the Criminal Justice Commission coming in every single day.
Yep.
And I was a college student, didn't get paid to be an intern, but I wanted to be here every day to get the opportunity. And just think about it, 1997, and now we're talking about 25 years later, I've had the chance to take, what I learned as an intern in the Criminal Justice Commission. I believe Diane Cunningham was the leader of the Criminal Justice Commission and give me that opportunity. And I came in that building every single day, and now I had the chance to serve as a county commissioner to create policies that make sure that, that Palm Beach County is safe for our residents. And so it's been an honor.
Yeah, it's integral that those opportunities that we afford and that you've afforded to young people, both in the county and your office, goes so far in able to bring folks to realize some of their dreams, as it has in your case. And thinking about young people, getting involved early, there's no doubt that you as a dad have been committed to those 3 girls and those daughters of yours. And you and Sean have been just, incredible parents to guiding them along. What is it about the influence not only of Sean, who is, in and of her own self, a force to be reckoned with, but then 3 incredible daughters with really unique talents that you've been there with them every step of the way, and they have with you on this journey. What does that mean to you to have that army behind you of all those incredible women?
Well, when I first started in politics, my first day as a city commissioner in Delray, when you started, you said Boynton, but when I started as a city commissioner in Delray Beach, my second child, she was born the next day after my first day in office. And they've been through this journey with me from the city to the state. They've seen when I lost the state senate in 2012. But right now, since they're 17, 16, and 9, they're seeing some of the work that we're doing, for the community, and they want to get involved in terms of also helping the community. So I'm really excited to see them grow. And, of course, I can't wait till they get out of my house, but because, they're like
Let 'em fly.
There are 3 broke best friends.
No doubt about it. Well, I'm sure they're looking forward to getting out of the house to come see you in action in Tallahassee as well. We are excited about doing that. So hold on with that thought for just 1 minute. And if you stick around for just a moment, we'll be right back with State Senator Mac Bernard and learn about some of the issues that he'll be focusing on when he hits the ground running in Tallahassee during the state legislative session in 2025. Stick around. We'll be right back with State Senator Mac Bernard on this edition of Politically Speaking. Welcome back to this edition of Politically Speaking. Joining us in the studio is our newest member of Palm Beach County's legislative delegation in the State Senate, State Senator Mac Bernard. Senator Mac Bernard, in this segment, I want to look forward, right? I want us to look not back where you were on the Delray Beach City Commission or when you served in the Florida House of Representatives or joined the Board of County Commissioners as a member of that county commissioner as mayor, but what you think your expectations are going to be as you look at joining the state Senate and how that might be different from when you joined the State House.
Well, Todd, the state's changed a lot since I left in 2012. But for our residents in Palm Beach County, we've seen the increase in terms of cost of goods for our residents. The housing prices going up. And of course, insurance have been impacting our residents. And so as a state senator, my goal is to tackle some of these issues that are impacting our residents in Palm Beach County.
Yeah, so what are some of those issues that you think you're going to take head on when you hit the ground running in the halls of the Capitol?
Well, first of all, I represent Riviera Beach. And in the city of Riviera Beach right now, we're dealing with a water crisis. And Todd, we worked when I was a state rep, when we were facing with this type of issue in the Belglade, Pahokee, South Bay. Our residents in that area were being impacted by water quality and water quantity. And so we stepped up as a county to really help the Glades community. And what I'm hoping is that as a state senator, the city is facing building a water treatment plant that's over $300 million. And I'm looking forward to working with you and our entire delegation, our Board of County Commissioners, to create some type of funding source to assist the city of Riviera Beach to addressing this water need.
Yeah, and we look forward to working with you on that. We've certainly proven that we have the ability to work collaboratively to get those kinds of things done. But there's going to be some other issues that are going to sort of hit you, face forward going into Tallahassee. Obviously, the continuation of the insurance crisis that we see in the state of Florida. I know recently, locally, a lot of our condominiums, and condominium owners are getting hit with some pretty tremendous, bills to repair and maintain some of their facilities. I mean, those are some of the things you're going to see right out of the gate. What ideas do you have about trying to help some of our residents in those two particular areas?
Well, first of all, the condo crisis that we're facing, we've got many of our residents in Palm Beach County they've seen the prices have gone up, assessments. And so what I'm hoping is that the legislature will be able to do a special session to pretty much take a look at the statute to see are there things that we can push back so that way we don't have too many of our residents, especially our seniors, to not be able to afford their condos in Palm Beach County and throughout the state of Florida. In regards to housing, what we have to do is Palm Beach County, with the housing bond, we created a dedicated funding source for affordable and workforce housing. And as a state senator, what I would hope is that Palm Beach County is able to be rewarded more of the 9% tax credits to create more affordable housing for our residents in the county. And you talked about insurance. Property insurance. We know that we have to continue to address our infrastructure in Palm Beach County, but throughout the whole state of Florida, because we've been hit by hurricanes, and so our insurance prices are going to take a major hit. And so we, as a legislature, will have to see what the impact of the hurricanes that's been hit this year, so now we can address this insurance crisis, and of course, automobile insurance. And so I look forward to going to Tallahassee to tackle these issues.
You know, you're stepping off of a board where party politics usually doesn't come into play that often, into an environment in Tallahassee where party politics, does play a big role in a lot of policies. How do you plan on tackling and addressing that dynamic when you get back up to Tallahassee?
Well, first of all, I can tell you that when we're addressing some of our needs, at the county commission, we don't look at, if someone calls 911, we don't ask them, hey, are you a Republican or a Democrat or independent? What we do is show up to help the residents. And so what I want to do as a state senator is to address the needs of the residents I represent. For instance, we were able to unanimously approve bringing Vanderbilt to Palm Beach County. And this is a board that's 4 Republicans and 3 Democrats, and we voted on this 7-0. So the issue of education for our residents, it's not regarding parties. It's about, let's make sure our kids get a quality education.
And the last thing I would just ask you is, now that you're leaving the Board of County Commissioners and entering the Florida Senate, the one thing that's most important on everybody's mind is, will there be space on your calendar for us when we come up there for Palm Beach County Day to lobby you and your colleagues in some of our most important issues facing Palm Beach County?
Will there be space? Well, first of all, there's some folks who are gonna demand. No, but to be honest with you, what I've learned when I was a state representative, the residents who live in Palm Beach County, Tallahassee is 6 to 7 hours away, and the honor to represent them in Tallahassee, it's an honor. And so anytime someone from the county, if you drive up 6 or 7 hours away, my goal is to make sure that I represent you to open my door. I know Ms. Baker, our administrator, she's going to make sure she camps in my office.
That's right.
But we have a great delegation, and we will work as a team. And, you, Casey, Vicky, so now we can make sure that we're representing Palm Beach County, and we're also representing Team PBC.
Yeah, and we look forward to continuing to be Team PBC to support you, your staff, and the rest of your colleagues on the county's legislative delegation. I can't thank you enough on behalf of the county, all of our staff, employees, for the incredible work that you've done down here, but we are really looking forward to what the future has in store for you as you work your way back to the Florida Senate. So best of luck to you, and I know that we'll be seeing you every step along the way.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for joining us today. We hope this opportunity to spend some time with Palm Beach County's newest state senator, Mac Bernard, has given you both an opportunity to reflect back on his incredible career here in local and state government, and a look forward in some of the best things yet to come in his tenure in Tallahassee in the state Senate. I'm Todd Von Laren for everyone here at Politically Speaking. We'll see you next time.
Receive the celebrity treatment when you fly from Palm Beach International Airport directly to LAX. Your California adventure begins with inexpensive parking and one of the fastest TSA checkpoints in the country. You'll be enjoying the Southern California sun with no layover and a stress-free airport experience. PBI is recognized as one of the top 10 airports in the nation. Palm Beach International Airport, your close and convenient airport.
Welcome to County Connection. My name is Stephanie Shanahaw, Director of Public Safety. With me today is Jimmy Davis, Director of Aquatics for the Parks and Rec Department.
I've been with the Aquatics Division for about 19 years now. Love what I do. I oversee 14 guarded beaches, 6 aquatic centers, 2 water parks, 3 splash pads, and 2 ski lakes. I work for the Parks and Rec Department, and we're a nationally recognized agency that's for Parks and Recreation Management and operates more than 110 parks across Palm Beach County.
Great. And Anna Stewart, you are the Drowning Prevention Coalition.
Yes, I'm the manager of the Drowning Prevention Coalition of Palm Beach County. We are funded by the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners, as well as the Children's Services Council of Palm Beach County. And we are actually housed and managed by Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. And I've been doing this for about 18 years now, and we are an organization of 2 people, myself and the coordinator, and our job is to educate the 1.5 million people in Palm Beach County about water safety and drowning prevention.
Well, great. It's great to have you both here to educate us today about water safety. Please help our viewers better understand what the Drowning Prevention Coalition does and who they serve.
So our job at the Drowning Prevention Coalition is to educate anybody who's willing to listen about water safety and drowning prevention. So as I mentioned, for the county, that's about 1.5 million people, not including visitors that come. But we go out into the community and we do free land-based water safety presentations to elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, businesses, nonprofit organizations, 55 and over communities. Anybody who's willing to listen to us talk, we will go for free and do a water safety presentation. We also have a free reduced cost swim program for children ages 2 through 12 and their immediate caregivers, as well as for individuals that are 15 over. And we also attend health and safety fairs and hand out water safety and drowning prevention materials.
Can anyone apply for vouchers?
Our voucher program currently is for children ages 2 through 12 and their immediate caregiver. They must meet certain qualifications like Medicaid, Florida Kid Care, Healthy Kids, the parents are on food stamps, Section 8 housing, or the child with special needs or a foster child to qualify for a program. And anybody who's 50 and over as well can qualify, but that is for a limited number of individuals, because the reality for our county, it's adults and seniors that have the highest drowning rate based on population. So we're just trying to cater to those individuals in addition to children ages 1 through 4 that have the highest drowning rate in the state of Florida for that age group.
Okay, great.
Where would they go to register for those vouchers?
So they would actually go to our website to register for the application, which is www.pbcgov.org/DPC. So we're really trying to streamline the process by making it readily available online via our website.
In regards to the Drowning Prevention Coalition vouchers, we talked about where you can register, but where can you redeem those drowning prevention vouchers at?
Well, we have great partnerships with the county and the county aquatic facilities, as well as public pools such as cities like West Palm Beach, Riviera Beach, Boynton Beach, and we actually do have a few private aquatic facilities that participate in our program. So as of now, we have about 18 aquatic facilities that people can choose from to go to for the free reduced cost swim lessons. Some places are free and some there is a nominal fee. But we really want to try to give people the opportunity, regardless of where they live, in Boca or Jupiter, out in the Glades area, which is a really great location to learn to swim in the Glades. We actually provide free swimming lessons for residents out there, for children ages 2 through 12 and their caregiver. We just want to try to get people to learn to swim because we live in South Florida. We're surrounded by water. You can't get away from it. So it's really important that everybody be water safe and water smart every day, not just during the summertime. It really needs to be year round.
And what are some of the steps that someone would do to prevent drowning?
We really recommend utilizing layers of protection inside and outside the home. First and foremost, it's adult supervision, because that is the number one reason why drownings happen for young children, is there's a lapse in adult supervision. And adults themselves are drowning because they are swimming by themselves, and in an emergency, there's nobody there to help them. So we're really encouraging always swimming with a buddy and adult supervision. One of the things we really heavily talk about is utilizing a water watcher during pool parties and things of that nature, where you designate somebody who is 18 or over who's sober to pay attention to the pool area or that body of water for a good 10 to 15 minutes, using a lanyard or a hat or a whistle to identify that person as the individual who is going to be watching that body of water. And after 10 to 15 minutes is over, you would then give the lanyard or hat to another individual who's 18 or over who's responsible to watch that body of water. So that's just only one facet. I mean, with pools, you want to have isolation fencing with self-locking, self-latching gates. Inside the house, you have doorknob protectors, you have door alarms, window alarms. So there's a myriad of different types of layers of protection that you can use. So if one mechanism fails, there's hopefully another in place to prevent that tragedy from occurring.
Well, those are great tools for our viewers to protect our public, which is important to bring awareness to this important cause. So where can I sign up for the Learn to Swim program?
So the Learn to Swim program, for sure, is you want to go to our website. That's the number one place that has a plethora of water safety information. To go to that website, that www.pbcgov.org/DPC. But you can also call our office at 561-616-7068. So let's say you have an organization or a business that's interested in our free programming, virtually or in person. You could call our telephone number or visit that website to request a free program.
Great. Well, I thank you so much for your time. I think this is important for information for all of our residents here in Palm Beach County, and it's an important aspect of public safety. We'll be right back. Welcome back to County Connection. My name is Stephanie Shanaha, Director of Public Safety. With me today we have Jimmy Davis, Director of Aquatics for Parks and Rec Department, and we have Chase Robertson, Ocean Rescue Lieutenant. So welcome today.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about your role in Palm Beach County as a lifeguard and how it relates to public safety?
So I've been a full-time ocean lifeguard for Palm Beach County for 15 years. A few years part-time before that, and I'm currently the lieutenant at the Juno Beach Pier and Ocean Cay Parks, two county parks right next to each other. As ocean lifeguards, you know, our priority is to ensure beachgoers feel safe, have fun, and just have a good experience at the beach. And you know, how we accomplish that ranges from warning the beachgoers about hazardous conditions in the ocean, anything from that to you know, warning everyone of an incoming thunderstorm.
So we have some of the most beautiful beaches here in Palm Beach County. So as summer quickly approaches, families will be packing up their vehicles and heading to the beaches, obviously, for the great Palm Beach County that we live in. So what helpful tips would you like to share with individuals to help keep them safe here in Palm Beach County?
So our Florida summer is hot. Number one, I would stay hydrated. Make sure you're drinking plenty of fluids, wearing sun protection. As you come down on the beach, remember the sand can get very hot, especially in the middle of the day. We've actually taken a temperature reading of 170 degrees.
Wow.
So it can burn feet. We've had some bad blisters. Be aware if you have small children, the ocean may look calm, but you know, for a small child, anything can happen. So, you know, keep a close eye on them. And if you're new to the area or you're unfamiliar with the ocean, have any questions, just talk to the lifeguard, ask if there's any, you know, things they need to be aware of, and, you know, we'd be happy to point out a few tips.
I know whenever I've been on the beach, the lifeguards have been very helpful to me.
So beachgoers also can visit pbcsplash.com and get more information about the beach conditions for the day. So we have a North District, which is basically the Jupiter area, and then we have a South District that extends from Riviera Beach all the way down to Boca. So, and every day they'll renew the beach conditions, and that kind of gives the parents or beachgoers an idea of what to expect when they show up that day.
Okay, great. I know a lot of things that we do these days is checking online before we go, so it's good information to have. So can you tell me a little bit about what each of the color of the flags mean on the beach?
Sure. At every lifeguard tower, we'll be flying a colored flag, and we'll start with green. Green is good. Calm conditions, you know, that's a picture-perfect beach day. Yellow flag is caution. It's like a medium hazard. You know, the ocean might be a little rougher, shore breaks a little bigger, possibility of rip currents. And then after that, it would be a single red flag, which is high hazard. And that's if it's large surf, strong currents, lots of rip currents. A question we always get is, oh, it's a red flag, are we allowed to swim? And we tell people, yes, you're allowed to swim with a single red flag, but we're warning you, it's just not a good day to. It's just rough and you know, a lot of hazards. So then sometimes we'll have a double red flag. It will be a single red, and then below that it will be another red flag with a no swimming sign on it. And we'll put that up for lightning in the area, predatory fish. At some of our parks, we'll have to put it up for high bacteria levels. There's not a lot of reasons we have the double red, but when it's double red, that means no swimming. You know, if it's a thunderstorm, we have to clear the beach and, you know, let some time go by, and then we'll open it back up. Another flag you'll also see is purple, and purple is usually flying along with yellow or the single red. That is almost all the time for man-o-war. So it means dangerous marine life. People ask, oh, does that mean sharks? No, it's usually always for man-o-war.
Chase, can you tell me how important it is to know which beach access number that you're at?
Yeah, beach access numbers are really important. And I know in the past few years in the northern part of the county, we've been trying to get on top of that with the town of Jupiter and coordinate all the numbers so everyone's on the same page. It can be very difficult to explain to someone where you're at on the beach. The adrenaline's pumping and you see a blue condo and you call 911 or someone that's trying to find you, oh, I'm south of the blue condo, and well, how far south? Which blue condo? Is it the dark blue? Is it the light blue condo? So the beach access numbers it's almost like having an address at the beach. So when you park your car and you're walking down the stairs, every staircase should have a number at the top and a number at the bottom. The responders, whether it's the lifeguards or fire rescue, they know exactly where to go. So it can help tremendously.
Well, thank you for sharing that information. I know that's something that I wasn't aware of, so I'm glad to hear that it's something that we can inform our public about. So what type of information would you like to share with our viewers on if they get stuck in a rip current? What can they do?
Number one, stay calm. Don't panic. Don't try and fight it by swimming straight into the beach. You know, if you were to just relax and kind of go with the flow, eventually, you know, chances are you would just drift out of it. You can speed that process up by swimming parallel to shore. So if you're in a rip current and you feel yourself getting pulled away from the beach, as you're looking at the beach, swim to the left or the right. Don't try and swim straight back. That's the common thing everyone does, and a lot of times those rips are, you know, the current's moving pretty quick and you won't gain any ground. Swim parallel to shore, you know, stay calm, and worst comes to worst, wait for help. Another reason to swim near a lifeguard.
Yes.
What about the people on the beach that are seeing this happen? What should they be doing?
Right. Well, a big problem is when another bystander goes in to try and help the person that's caught in the rip current, and a lot of times they can become victims themselves. 3 victims is much worse than 1 victim. So you don't want to become a victim yourself. If you know, ideally, if you have some type of flotation, whether it's a surfboard or a boogie board, and you feel comfortable to paddle out and give that person some flotation, that would probably be ideal. But a lot of times, you know, you don't have any flotation, so you know that that's when it's critical that you know you go to a guarded beach where there's a lifeguard. Before it even happens, a lot of what we do is preventative lifeguarding. So if we know there's an area of the beach that is prone to rip currents, or sometimes there's a specific rip current that's there all day, we'll flag it off and make sure people stay away. So we try and prevent as much as we can.
And speaking on preventative measures, you know, that's a huge part of what you guys do on a daily basis, right? It just shows, it goes to show how the lifeguards are ahead of injuries that are about to unfold, or people going into a rip current or into a rocky area and things of that nature. And it's so important, you know, to have you guys there and to swim in a guarded area because they're there every day. They know the environment. They know where the problem areas are, and they can keep people safe. So
we always say a good lifeguard is a dry lifeguard.
That's a good point. Do you know how many beaches we have that are guarded?
Yeah, I think Jimmy probably has the.
Yeah, we have 14 guarded beaches that belong to Palm Beach County, but scattered throughout there's several municipalities that also have a couple towers, you know, scattered throughout there.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
At least once a week, I'm taking a good shot to the head, and usually a helmet is what's protecting me.
3, 2, 1.
I never ride without a helmet. Once I was riding through Dyer, and there's this really deep little hill before a big dune of soft sand. And there's this like a sewer drain next to it. I was going too fast and I hit the soft sand and I fell right off to the side, and I was like right next to the sewer drain piece.
How glad are you that you were wearing that helmet?
Really glad, because if I wasn't, I probably wouldn't be alive.
On the street, I see kids all the time without helmets. And there's a couple of times I've actually stopped and told them, hey, you guys need to wear helmets, even though they're hanging off of the handlebars. All they got to do is just put it on. They don't realize that their lives are in danger, and simply wearing a helmet could, protect them quite a bit.
So we're just gonna measure around, and you're like 53.5 centimeters. That's all brains, I know. So when you're wearing your helmet, you can tighten it here. Okay, so you tighten it here. We'll make sure that it fits just right over your head. Okay. Snug it on. Do you want to pull it to the front? You never want to wear it back because you want to protect your head right here too. Okay. Then it makes a nice V right below your ears. Perfect. Oops, sorry, stabbed you. We're going to snap, and you keep your little adjuster, you have the band here to hold it nice and snug. To make sure it fits, go like this. Does it move? This way? Does it move? Open your mouth. Can you feel it pull down on your head a little? Just a little?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. You look great. You're going to wear it every time. Awesome. Thank you.
When you come to the beach, one, you want to know before you go. You want to know the weather conditions. Every weather app that you have will have a weather statement at the top, a weather advisory. If there's rip currents, if there's a heat advisory, Palm Beach County Ocean Rescue has a beach conditions phone number that you can call, and on the Parks and Rec website, there's beach conditions there. Know that you're going to a lifeguarded beach. Number one thing, swim in front of a lifeguard when you go to the beach. There's a 1 in 18 million chance of a drowning when you go to a lifeguarded beach. Read the conditions boards. These are big signs at every lifeguarded beach that are going to tell you the conditions of the ocean as well. Anything that you might need to know. If there's hazardous marine life, that's going to be written on the beach conditions board. And then when you get onto the beach, if you have any further questions, you want to go and ask the lifeguard. And before you go up to the lifeguard tower, you're going to see a flag, and that's going to indicate some important things concerning the water. Now, on our beach conditions board, there's an explanation of what each flag color means. Lifeguards are always keeping an eye on the weather, and we're going to alert you if there's a weather concern that you need to know about. So if there's lightning in the area, we have to close the beach completely and have everybody come off the beach.
Welcome back to County Connection. My name is Stephanie Shanaha, Director of Public Safety. With me today we have Jimmy Davis, Director of Aquatics with Parks and Rec, and Colleen Kesich, Park Ranger for Palm Beach County Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining me today.
Pleasure.
So as a Palm Beach County Park Ranger, what is your role at the Palm Beach County Parks, and how do you keep us safe?
Number one, it is to be helpful, to assist patrons with information or directions, tips on safety, anything of that nature. Unfortunately, in order to make sure that patrons have a safe but pleasurable experience at the Palm Beach County Parks, sometimes we have to remind patrons or educate them about some of the rules in Palm Beach County Parks, such as in some of our beach parks, we cannot allow canopies or tents. Umbrellas are fine, but in order for the lifeguards to do their best job, we have to help keep the rules in place in that nature. So things like that. Also with grills, we don't want trees or the park catching on fire, so just helping patrons find a better place or utilize some of our facilities with the grills to help them just enjoy and be safe in our parks.
Okay. What does an average day look like for you as a ranger?
Oh boy, usually a few dog off leash educations. Got to put those cuties on a leash. We don't want anything bad happening to our four-legged friends. Maybe a few parking educations. You know, sometimes I understand parks get busy. People, you know, want to find a spot. So I do my best to assist them with finding a safe but okay parking space to utilize.
Well, I've interacted with park rangers before, and you all have always been very pleasant.
Thank you.
So how can people protect their valuables when heading to the park for the day?
That is a great question. It all starts with even before you pack up the car. These people that look to take your belongings, it's not their first roundabout. They are very good at what they do. You almost have to do what I like to call prevent window shopping in your vehicle, and I'm guilty of this too. If I'm going to run into the store and I just need my wallet, I'll put a few of my belongings in the seat next to me, and I'll just put a sweater or a towel over it. They see that and they think, what's in that seat that they're trying to hide? So just put it in the trunk. If it's that important, stop, put it in the trunk, utilize the trunk as much as possible. Also, less is more, especially when you're going to the beach. The lifeguards, they're out there to make sure people are safe in the water and on the beach. They're not there to watch your stuff. So just, you know, maybe it would be helpful to designate someone in your group to, hey, you're gonna hang out with the gear, make sure no one takes it, you know, just assign someone to babysit the stuff for a little while, or just less is more. Just take a few things that you can keep on your person.
So less is best.
Yes, that is what I say, less is best.
So we have a lot of people in Palm Beach County that always want to help out, and we have beautiful parks in Palm Beach County. So do you have any tips for our viewers to help keep our Palm Beach County parks safe?
So with the whole see something, say something, we're all very familiar with that. When you see something, try to remember details, you know, points of interest, where the location is, any kind of detail. If possible, and only if you're completely sure it's safe to do, snap a picture. That's going to help you remember certain details and help us further identify what it is, who it is, where it is. Now the say something, that's anybody. Park ranger, lifeguard, maintenance worker, anybody. Start that line of communication so that way we can get the right people out to address this potential safety issue. And now, so see something, say something, don't touch it. If it's an object or a backpack or anything, don't touch it. Just remember those details, pass it along, stand by. We may need to ask you some more questions about how long was it there for, but don't touch. Also, don't engage. We're professionals that are used to and experienced with de-escalating and conflict resolution with certain matters of groups of people, crowd control. Let us handle that. Don't take it upon yourself. You've already seen something and said something. Leave it to the professionals to handle it.
You know, a lot of patrons visit our parks at nighttime. What are some things that they should be doing as they're coming into the park at nighttime and thinking about as they're getting ready to park their vehicles and different things?
Number one, make sure you have a flashlight. Sometimes you can't always park underneath a spotlight or any well-lit area. Something that's going to help you personally is just always have a flashlight with you. But also at night, be sure to make sure that your windows are rolled all the way up, that your sunroof is completely closed, and also please make sure we're not leaving valuable items and people in our cars, such as small children, such as our animals. Definitely take them with us. Don't leave them in the car, even if it's running with the AC. Take them with you.
Well, thank you very much for those tips. So do you have anything else that you would like to share with our viewers on the safety of parks?
Just enjoy, be self-aware, and take just a quick minute to look at some of the signage we have in the park. Some of those rules or suggestions or information could help your experience in the park just be that much better.
Well, thank you so much.
I'd just like to add from my perspective, I want to thank you guys so much. I know a lot of times you guys have a thankless job, but you guys are out there on the front line, and it is a tough job, and so thank you for everything you guys do.
Well, we enjoy it. We wake up every morning. It's a great day to be a park ranger. We just enjoy helping people and being out there in our Palm Beach parks.
Well, I look forward to seeing you at one of our parks this year. So I just wanted to thank you for your time and for today's discussion. I think it's important for our viewers to know what to be aware of in our parks. Yes. Thank you for watching today. My name is Stephanie Shanaha, Director of Public Safety. We'll see you next time on County Connection.
Hello, Palm Beach County voters.
Wendy Sartori-Link here, your supervisor of elections. We're looking for committed individuals who are registered voters in Palm Beach County to answer the call of civic duty by serving as election workers. You don't need prior experience to serve as an election worker, just the willingness to help your community in the democratic process. And yes, it's a paid opportunity with positions ranging from $200 to $390. Be sure to sign up today.
Beginning of the 20th century and the end of the 1800s is kind of a paradise, but it was also kind of a wilderness.
It was a wild, untamed jungle frontier, and while it might be a cool place to visit and go hunting or fishing, to actually permanently reside here was a hard way of life. So that really did not take off until the 1870s and 1880s, with really only a couple dozen families between Palm Beach and Miami.
You see these pictures of people standing in groves in what's now Palm Beach, and that's what the whole place looked like. It was just woods. You know, the barefoot mailmen walked along the beach because they couldn't go inland. It was all jungle.
The barefoot mailman is really unique to South Florida's history. It occurred, to my knowledge, in no other part of America, and it was out of necessity. And it wasn't even known as the barefoot mailman, but here's how it went. We were part of Dade County. Dade County stretched from the Florida Keys to the St. Lucie River, what is today St. Lucie, Martin, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade County. It was just Dade County. There were a few settlers down at the Biscayne Bay end of it, and there were a few settlers at this end of it called the Lake Country around the body of water, the Lake Worth Lagoon. Well, getting mail back and forth was not easy. There was no intercoastal waterway, no inland roads, no railroad until Flagler put one through. The mail service actually circumnavigated the state of Florida. Your mail went north up the Indian River from Jupiter to a place called Sandpoint, today called Titusville, and it would go up the St. Johns River to Jacksonville, and then it would travel by rail across Florida to Cedar Key, and then your letter or package went by boat to Key West, and then from Key West back up to Miami. And so you're trying to get 70 miles down the beach, but you go around the state of Florida. It took 3 weeks if you had good weather and a favorable wind for all those sailboats. That was to get your letter from here to there. Getting your letter anywhere else in the country or getting mail from anywhere else in the country was even more sporadic. Literally, if a responsible looking human being was headed south down the coast, they would hand them the mail for everyone in Dade County and say, hey, find the Pierce house on High Paluxo Island and deliver this mail. So we would get mail, every couple of months, and mail was really valuable stuff back then. So to solve for this problem, the U.S. Postal Service hired a mail carrier, a single person, paid him $600 a year, which doesn't sound like much today, but it actually was a great salary back then. By contrast, the keepers of the Jupiter Lighthouse made $400 a year, so it was quite a big bump. And people were all too happy to take the job until they figured out what the job actually entailed, which entailed taking the mail from this end of Dade County, the lake country around the Lake Worth Lagoon, to the other end of Dade County, the bay country around Biscayne Bay. Sounds simple enough, but again, there was no transportation infrastructure, so they walked the mail down the beach. And they did it barefoot. Why? Well, if you've ever tried walking in the dry sand at the top of the beach, you don't get very far without getting very tired. The place where you can walk the fastest and last the longest is along the water line where the sand is very hard packed. So they would take off their shoes and socks and roll up their pant legs and walk along the water line where they could make good time. But even making good time, it took 3 days to walk from here to Miami. deliver the mail to the post office in Miami, which was in the home of William and Mary Brickell, who Brickell Avenue and Brickell Village are named after. They would spend the night in Mr. and Mrs. Brickell's home. That was a general store, post office, hotel, everything in Miami. And they would bring the mail back from Miami, and it took them 3 days to walk back. And it was 156 miles round trip, part of it by boat, most of it walking. You had to carry your own food, your own fresh water. You were your own protection. So if you ran into an alligator, a crocodile, a bear, a panther, you were on your own. You had to do it if it was 20 degrees outside, 100 degrees outside, tropical storm. U.S. Postal Service didn't care. The mail must go mantra. And so it was a pretty hard job. If you do the math on that, they got 1 day of rest on a Sunday, started all over again, 3 days down, 3 days back, rest for a day. This mail carrier walked over 7,000 miles a year to make $600. None of them ever attempted to renew their contract. So what started out as I have a high-paying job ended their 1-year contract period with, I'm not going back, please give this job to someone else. One of which was one of my relatives, my great-grandmother's brother, Charles W. Pierce, and he became the barefoot mailman not because he wanted to, by accident. So he was a farmer on High Pluxo Island, which was our family homestead for 3 generations, perfectly happy being a farmer. But one of our neighbors, a young man who moved to the Lantana area, he lived across the lake from our home on High Pluxo Island. His name was Ed Hamilton. Young man just moved here from Kentucky. He wanted the job. And the Postal Service offered Hamilton the job, but he had to have 2 people second his contract. That meant people signing the contract with the Postal Service that if Hamilton was ever sick, broke his leg, that these seconders agreed to fulfill the contract because the mail had to go. Well, purely as a favor to his friend so he could get the job, my Uncle Charlie signed as one of the 2 seconders. The other seconder was another Lantana pioneer named Andrew Garnett. And then Garnett and my Uncle Charlie went back to farming. Well, unfortunately for everyone involved, in real life, Ed Hamilton disappeared in the line of duty. He vanished off the face of the earth, never to be seen or heard from again. One of the great unsolved mysteries in Florida's history. It happened in October of 1887, and we get hurricanes. And when we get hurricanes, there's lots of water, lots of rainfall. So when we had a hurricane, it would swell up the Everglades and all the creeks and rivers and tributaries that come out of the Everglades, many times their size, and it would sweep water and trees and debris out. And this had occurred in October of 1887. So as Hamilton walked south, he got to the Hillsborough River Inlet in what is today Broward County. And what we think happened is his little rowboat that was supposed to be there was on the other side. Someone had illegally used it. And he was going to retrieve it. And he took off his clothes and his shoes, and he hung his clothes and shoes and mail bag in a tree to keep them dry. And he was going to swim across the inlet, get his boat, come back, get dressed, get the mail, and go on his way. But he never made it. When he didn't return the following week, my Uncle Charlie went in search of him, found the mail bag, clothes, and shoes on the north side of the inlet, still hanging in a tree, and the rowboat still on the other side of the inlet. The Hillsborough River, which flowed out of the Everglades and into the Atlantic Ocean, was swelled up many times its size because of the rain as a result of this October storm season. And it had tree branches and debris, but it also had lots and lots of alligators in it. So we don't know what happened to him. He could have drowned, but he was an excellent swimmer, a young, strong man. So my Uncle Charlie concluded that Hamilton was probably eaten by alligators. So we'll never know what happened. But I'll tell you what happened to Uncle Charlie. He and Andrew Garnett, who had seconded that contract, had to live up to it. So the way they did it is one of them would watch both of their farms 1 week while the other carried the mail. Then they would reverse it the next week, and the other one would carry the mail. And they did that through the conclusion of the contract. They didn't want to renew it either. The best known is my Uncle Charlie, because he was alive when the story really became the Barefoot Mailman many decades later. So his likeness is the likeness of the Barefoot Mailman. He actually carried the mail the least amount of time, so it's unfair to the other 8 carriers who carried the mail. But the way it became a story, everyone went on about their business. Barefoot Mail Route went away because eventually they put a hack line, which is a mule line through the woods from here to a place called Lemon City, which is now part of Miami. And with a mule and a wagon, you could get there really fast, 2 days down, 2 days back, which was a day faster than carrying the mail. So it rendered the barefoot mail route obsolete. And then, of course, by the mid-1890s, Flagler put a railroad in, and you could be to Miami in a few hours. So this just fell by the wayside, little nugget of history that few people knew about, until a well-known American author named Theodore Pratt, and he heard this story and he wanted to write books, and he thought, I'm going to write a book about this cool little nugget of history. I mean, what the Pony Express was to the west, the barefoot mail route was to this area, and it's actually Theodore Pratt, the author, that coined the term barefoot mailman. That was the title of his book, and it became a New York Times bestseller. And then Columbia Pictures made a feature film about it that went in every movie theater in America. So everyone knew the story of the barefoot mailman.